Tonight we're going to be talking about a very serious subject, and it has to do with sexual abuse of children. And nobody really wants to hear about that. Nobody really wants to talk about that. And yet, there's really such a big problem that we need to be aware of it. So I just want to mention to parents, if you have children, you need to decide whether you want them to hear this information or not, and I leave that to your discretion. Romans chapter 16, verse 18 sums up, I think, pretty well the situation with those who are causing this problem on a global scale. Paul wrote, "For such people are slaves of their own appetites, and by their smooth and flattering speech they deceive the hearts of the innocent." Here's the statistics. Myself, I believe that when you go by reports of things like this, reports are going to be far less than actual cases. However, the statistics are that 1 in 6 boys will experience or does experience some form of sexual abuse, and 1 in 4 girls as children experience some form of sexual abuse. Now, as I say, I believe those numbers are probably very conservative and the case is worse. But let's say it's not worse than this. We're talking about 2 children out of every 10 children. Can we really afford to have that incidence of sexual abuse in our society? How destructive really is that to the lives not only of those particular children, but what about the lives of other people around them? Well, what is responsible for this? Now, here's something that nobody wants you to know. Nobody wants to talk about it because it makes people feel bad. It might make you feel bad to hear about it. I'm not talking about it to make you feel bad. I'm talking about it because the sexual revolution changed the way that we look at marriage, that we look at families. Whereas the majority of couples used to stay married, that's just gone by the wayside. You today would have a better chance of crossing the Grand Canyon without a net and without any assistance over a tight wire than getting married in your first marriage and making it all the way to the end. Because the pressures are really that great today. Things have changed that much. But what is the difference? What they want you to believe is it's better now, because now you have more freedom. You can be happier. However, what about the children? This study here shows that, oh, and by the way, what happens to the children depends mostly on the mother. It's just a fact. With the kind of family I was talking about, there was a mother with the children. Mothers can't do that anymore. Most of them can't. They have to work. That's the way the economy is structured now. The economy has changed in order to accommodate these social changes. So this is not meant to criticize anyone and what they're doing. I understand. You have to do what you need to do to support your family. But nevertheless, as soon as the nuclear family broke up, it caused a much greater incidence of abuse of all kinds. And the worst possible situation is a biological mother who is cohabiting with someone other than her husband. That situation puts her children at risk 33 times greater than the two biological parents together in a nuclear family. 33 times greater. Well, how many people does that apply to today? There are probably at least just as many people living together as are married today. So you can just imagine the scope of the problem and how much worse it really is now than it would be under a traditional kind of home. Now, yes, there was and is sexual abuse in those kind of homes, but the statistics prove it was and is far less than what is happening under this very liberalized idea of how people should live. Well, who is doing this? Who is abusing these children? Again, looking at the statistics, the statistics show that it's most likely to be either a family member or an acquaintance, and least likely to be a stranger. So that's what the picture is. Now, you might think, okay, well, I would recognize someone who's a bad person, but you might not, because according to the statistics, 63% of those who are perpetrators have no criminal history. They're not known to be abusers. That's 2/3 of the perpetrators. So that means that if someone has designs on abusing your child, it's probably somebody that you know and would not suspect. Now, I find that frightening as a parent. This is like one of the scariest things of all. So you see, when you think about that, and then you think about the changes in the families and moms not being home with their kids anymore and all of that, you can really see how all of this has come together in such a way as to put this tremendous burden on the children. That's where it's all fallen. So what can we do about this? Well, there's a number of things, spiritual things we could talk about, but the very first thing is you have to be aware. You have to know what to look for. We don't want to be looking at our family members, at our friends, as if they're some kind of a pervert when they're not. That's kind of not going to go over well, and that'll certainly destroy your friendships. But at the same time, there are signs if you look for them. And parenting.com lays out some things to look for. And later you might look at this list and think about it a little bit more. But things like a person, an adult who prefers spending most of his or her time with children instead of adults. Now, some people have to do that because of circumstances. We're not talking about that. We're talking about someone who seems to always be gravitating towards the children when they don't have to. Another sign is a person that allows children to do things their parents don't let them do. That's a tip-off right there. Someone who makes fun of children's body parts or describes children with sexual words such as stud or a sexy or words like this. This is not a way for an adult to be talking about a child, and this is a tip-off. Any adult who seems obsessed with the sexual activities of kids or teens could possibly be someone who would be a problem. Someone who asks their adult partner to dress or act like a child or teen. Of course, an adult that looks at child pornography. Now, if somebody's doing that, you're probably not going to know, but you might catch them at it, and that would be a tip-off. Someone who generally seems sexually obsessed is someone who is potentially harmful to your children. And lastly, someone who has put themselves in a position of dealing with children, such as a coach, a teacher, or a counselor, and has some of these other markers as well. This is something that happens. You know, those people who are abusers, they're looking to put themselves in a situation where they have access. Well, that's really all I'm going to say about those people who may be around us in everyday life, around our children, who could be a danger to our children. But what do you do if you actually identify somebody as being an abuser of your children? Well, you might think, okay, well, I'll call the authorities. And I'm not telling you whether you should or shouldn't. You're going to have to decide that. But the truth is, there's a big problem with that too. I found this statistic in this book. More than 1 in 5 children in foster care develop PTSD as a result of physical and/or sexual abuse. In other words, when the state takes children away from their parents and puts them in a foster home, 1 in 5 is not only abused, but is abused so bad they develop PTSD. And that's a serious condition, and it often lasts throughout a person's life. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Reliving the events over and over again, like some kind of a horrible nightmare that won't go away. Foster care, the state, is doing this to so many children. Well, in some cases, the kids are in a situation where nobody listens to them. They don't get the help they need, or if they do talk about it, they end up in a home where things are worse than they were, or they don't talk about it until they're an adult. Then finally they're ready to be able to deal with it and to expose the abuser. Except that in many places, the law prevents that from happening. So you grow up, you want to press charges, or you want to sue that person so that someone else isn't abused by them. But if you say anything about them, in many places, what you'll find out is you yourself will be sued. That it's against the law. So that's a pretty horrible situation. Now, I didn't know that until I looked it up, but I'm pretty sure abusers know that. And they're counting on laws like this. In fact, they're behind them. Now we're going to talk about homosexual child abusers. What you're going to hear about this in the mainstream press, what gets repeated over and over again, is that homosexuals aren't abusers any more than heterosexuals. Yet, the information has been around for years, showing exactly the opposite to that. For instance, in one book it says pedophilia appears to have a greater than chance association with homosexuality. Another book says around 25 to 40% of men attracted to children prefer boys. Thus, the rate of homosexual attraction is 620 times higher among pedophiles. In a 1988 study of 229 convicted felons who were child molesters, 86% of them described themselves as gay or bisexual. So there's lots of evidence suggesting that there is a higher chance of people who are homosexuals being pedophiles as well. And we've seen this in the news. Perhaps you remember Jerry Sandusky, who was in the news. Perfect example of how this works. He would put himself in a position as a coach where he had access to his victims. There are so many people like him who have not been caught or who are protected. He happens to be someone that did get caught and was prosecuted. Here also is an article about foster care. Gay abuse of children in foster care. Many other examples could be cited. Here's another one. Recently, Elijah Wood came out and exposed child abuse, sexual child abuse in Hollywood, saying there are a lot of vipers in this industry. And he's not the only one. There have been others who have even come out and stated that they have been abused. Many of the child stars that you might have known in television shows, in the movies, have been in this position. So when you have this kind of situation, and in many cases, this is actually homosexual abuse, something like this is alarming. The Boy Scouts ending their ban on gay leaders. Now, they were pushed to the wall and made to do this. For ever since the Boy Scouts existed, they had a ban on homosexual leaders. Why? They wanted to protect boys. It's the Boy Scouts, right? But these are the times we're living in, friends, where what matters is how the perverts feel, not the protection of our kids. That's where things have gone. That's what the law is becoming more and more. Protecting the perpetrators and making it easier to violate our children. And I'm not just blowing smoke. When you look at the facts, it is so alarming. Let's talk about access to your children. These people have more access to your children than never before. Now, we have talked somewhat about direct access, right? That they put themselves in a place sometimes where they have direct access. But now we're talking about something else, another kind of access, which is through technology, especially the internet. And this is getting to be an incredibly huge problem. The Queensland Organized Crime Commission of Inquiry wrote about this. This is in Australia. Basically, all of the developed countries are having the same situation. They concluded an alarming demand for increasingly depraved material, increasing the demand for child victims. You know, when I read that, just the way that's put was so shocking, it almost knocked me off my feet. Just thinking in terms of demand for child victims. Can you think about that? I mean, demand, I can think about demand for tomatoes or for spaghetti, but I can't really think about demand for child victims. And yet, that's what they found. An alarming demand for increasingly depraved material. So the demand is greater, and what they want is worse than what they've got. I really don't want to know what that is, but I know it must be pretty horrible. Now, here's something you can look for. I found these images online. The FBI put this out, and these are symbols that child abusers use among themselves to identify themselves as to who they are. So, you know, you or I, we might just think that's a pretty little butterfly. We don't know what that means when we see it on somebody's website, but what it means is pretty horrendous. That's true with all of these things. So that's something we can watch for when we're on the internet, that if you see any of these symbols, you know that there are people there who are child abusers. And this is, of course, a huge problem. Child pornography and the internet. Those two things are just a lethal mix together, because those people who are into that, they know where to find that on the internet, and they just feed the sickness that they have. They just feed it. And, of course, it becomes worse and worse. Will they act it out? Almost all of the sexual abusers that are arrested admit to this. So obviously it's having a big effect. Here's something that happened here in Texas. Sting operations. I'm so glad these are going on. Alleged perverts who surf social media websites in search of vulnerable children for sex. Now, parents, you know, this is the 21st century, right? And a lot of our kids, they have access to the internet. And a lot of times we don't think anything about it. You have to realize what a dangerous place that really is. And you know, some of these kids, they get hooked up with people like this and you never see them again. That happens a lot. So all I'd say about that is take reasonable precautions. There's software you can get for your younger children in order to control where they go on the internet. Put some thought into this to protect your children, because there's some really bad people out there. Well, it gets pretty horrible when you put the internet together with this, and that is trafficking of children. Listen to this quote. What we do see is that the trafficking of children is becoming an income revenue stream for organized crime, for gangs. So where they would typically be selling guns and drugs, they're now turning to selling of children. You know, a lot of us, we wouldn't even know about that whole world, right? We wouldn't know that exists. But what they're trying to tell us here is that it's the profit motive that is really driving this. That gangs, organized crime, is behind this trafficking in children. They need children in order to produce all of this slime that they put out over the internet. And some of those same people pay them to do horrible things with those same kids. And they always want new faces. And this is just causing this problem of trafficking in children to hyper expand. It's happening at such a huge rate. It's just amazing. Then I think a lot of us have seen this in the news. This is ISIS. There are other groups like ISIS, terrorist groups, aberrant groups, who take children and women and girls as slaves. And they sell them in sex trafficking operations. And this is very huge. Who are they looking for? Well, according to this source, they're looking for blue-eyed children. And this happening to any child is a horrible thing. But you know, some people who have blue-eyed children, many of them, they're some of the people who are on the left, who are kind of supporting these radical groups and so on. I wonder what they would think if they realized that their children were considered prime property to these very people that they like to protect. These children are abducted by ISIS fighters to be used for sexual slavery. Now, in the past, sometimes I've talked about slavery and the fact that we're still slaves in the system. You know, you are a slave to the system. You don't have anything to say about it. You have to pay into the IRS. You, in so many ways, are enslaved by the system. But the kind of slavery I'm talking about is not that. I'm talking about the old-fashioned kind of slavery with chains, where somebody owns you and you don't have a life of your own. That kind of slavery. That kind of slavery not only exists today, but there are more of those slaves today, right now, than at any time in history. And the people they want more than anybody else are children. There are people likely in your neighborhood that are scoping out your neighborhood, trying to find vulnerable children that they can snatch. 20.9 million victims of human trafficking worldwide. This is such a gigantic problem. And, you know, if the appetite had not been created for this through decades of sexual propaganda telling these perverts that they were born that way and they can't help it, would you have a problem of that size? They created these people that are doing this. That is what happened. 5.5 million children, according to this. 53% are taken for sexual exploitation. Some are taken for organ removal. It gets that bad. Well, this includes the United States. Look at some of the leading cities where this is such a big problem. Now here's stuff you'd never know unless you read it. A pimp can make $150,000 to $200,000 each year per girl. And the average pimp has 4 to 6 girls. $9.5 billion annually in human trafficking in the United States. approximately 300,000 children are at risk of being prostituted in the United States, according to this. Here's an amazing thing. 1/3 of teens on the street will be lured toward prostitution within 48 hours of leaving home. All they have to do is be on the street, and these people will know it, and they're after them. Now, here's an interesting statistic. 74% of these likely sex trafficking victims were in the care of social services or foster care when they went missing. What kind of job is the government doing dealing with kids, protecting kids? This is where so many of them are ending up. This whole idea of trafficking in children is so outrageous. And you know, if you were born in America, you probably think of that as some kind of a third world problem. You don't really think of that as an American problem. But wake up, things have changed. This is a huge problem. And if you have children, you need to realize there's people out there who want to exploit them, who have an incentive, a financial incentive to exploit them. And you need to be aware of it because this is vastly growing and children have become a commodity and their parents need to jealously guard their little ones. VIP abusers. This is what is driving a lot of the problem, frankly. Elite VIP people. I mentioned about Hollywood. Corey Feldman came out recently, and he admitted that he himself, as a child actor, was sexually abused. And he says he would love to name names, but he says, unfortunately, California, conveniently enough, has a statute of limitations that prevents that from happening. Because if I were to go and mention anybody's name, I would be the one that would be in legal problems, and I'm the one that would be sued. This is all set up to protect Hollywood from these charges coming forward. Hollywood's a big center of industry in California. They have a lot of influence. Obviously, they have a lot of influence on the law. Plus, it's a very liberal kind of place where, hey, everybody there thinks everyone's born that way, right? So there's no protection for the children. That's the bottom line. Over and over again, that's the bottom line. Famous people. You know what? We know about famous people that are out there walking the streets, right? Right now, who are sexual abusers. Some of the magazines, they follow those people around. Why aren't they behind bars? In the United Kingdom, there was recently 5 pedophile rings that were exposed in secret dossiers. So I can't tell you who these people were. I can tell you that 24 are currently serving in the government. We know that much. There's murders connected with this. It's a really nasty deal. Judge vows to uncover truth from corridors of power to children's homes. VIP sex abusers will be named. Well, it turns out they won't be named. In Australia, an investigation turned up 26 institutions involved in abuse of children involving VIPs. In Australia, the high-profile sexual abusers, child molesters, rapists, pedophiles are very well protected. The Freemasons and many other such organizations, all protected by the powerful of our country. We have powerful businessmen and others involved in sex trafficking. Girls from Europe, South Africa, China. Details were given to the Prime Minister's office, Tony Abbott. None of these men have been brought to justice. The powerful, the elite, can do whatever they want because they know they have protection. This is what is happening. The elite perverts can do whatever they want because they think they own you. They think they own your children. And the government's not giving them any reason to think anything different. Here's an interesting article. How this billionaire escaped sex trafficking charges. Now, this was in the news. Jeffrey Epstein, billionaire, friends with royalty, friends with the Clintons, a lot of other famous people. The man had an island, his own island, where he was sex trafficking, bringing underage children there, and then bringing in the wealthy elite to come and have big parties abusing the children. Well, thankfully, they found out about it, and he's going to be in prison the rest of his life. Not. You know what happened with him? 13 months in the county jail in Florida. And even there, he was allowed to visit his office every day in a cushy 1-year house arrest. As I mentioned, his friends, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, and many others, arranged for him to have special treatment from the state attorney's office in the U.S. Department of Injustice. Oh, that's supposed to be justice. I can't say that about them. His team of lawyers is accused of digging up dirt on Epstein's roughly 40 victims, following them and intimidating them. They've now effectively been silenced, many with $1 million settlements. And Epstein was allowed to plead guilty to 2 lower-level state crimes rather than face child sex trafficking charges. What do you think that he's just going to be doing this some more? Maybe he is doing it right now. After all, he's got lots of customers among all of the elite. Including, apparently, this guy. His name was found 21 times in Jeffrey Epstein's directory to go out to his private island, and where the abuse of children seemed to be what it was all about. These are just a few things. You know, if I went into all of these different cases having to do with the elite, my whole message would be about that. Really, that's true with any aspect here. It's huge. But you can see where the elite are really behind driving a lot of this trafficking in children. Well, now we want to get back to what's at the root of all of this, the born this way deception. And I have taught you this in the past in Psychology Today. It said no one has yet identified a particular gay gene. It's known that there is no gay gene. Here's a little more about that from the Washington Times. The headline, "Born Gay or Transgender, Little Evidence to Support Innate Trait." Little is too much. There's no evidence, actually. That's what they said. No evidence. 143-page paper put together by experts in the field who literally combed through all the information available to come to that conclusion. In the report, they say, the belief that sexual orientation is an innate, biologically fixed human property, that people are born that way, is not supported by scientific evidence. And yet, almost everybody thinks that's how it is. Likewise, the belief that gender identity is an innate, fixed human property independent of biological sex, so that a person might be a man trapped in a woman's body or a woman trapped in a man's body, is not supported by scientific evidence, the report states. The authors also say there is scarce evidence to suggest that sex reassignment medically benefits patients. One reason that Dr. McHugh, in his capacity as psychiatrist in chief at Johns Hopkins Hospital, ended the practice in the 70s. They ended sex reassignment surgery at Johns Hopkins Hospital in the 70s. They knew way back then that this was not helpful to people and was even harmful to people, so much so they ended it. Now, the Obama administration is pushing to get this into every hospital in the country. Can you imagine? They mentioned children as young as 2 years old being recommended for sex reassignment. And there's not even any evidence that this is any kind of a treatment, anything other than abuse of those children. It's outrageous. You know what? Craziness and stupidity and propaganda has horrible effects on people. We need to know the truth. That's what everybody needs. Well, here's a gentleman, Oklahoma State Senator Joseph Silk. He wanted to allow people, businesses, to decide who they want to serve. It's their business. They own the business. They want to be able to decide who they serve in their business. Well, the LGBT activists didn't like that and issued death threats against the man's children and family because of introducing this bill. This is what you're dealing with this. And yet, interestingly, it seems like the system, speaking the federal government, seems to support these radicals instead of supporting the ordinary people, their families, and their children. Why is that happening? This is even happening in school. Now, I think we pretty much all know that the teachers' union is very left-leaning, and teachers, not all teachers, but many of them, think of themselves as progressive or liberals. But really, some of what's out there is kind of beyond the pale at this point, and it's shocking to me even knowing those facts. For instance, this is the website of the National Council of Teachers of English. Now, how bad could it be from the English teachers of America, right? When you think about an English teacher, you think of some bespectacled librarian type person, don't you? How could this person possibly be a danger to your children? Well, guess again. This is about diverse gender expression and gender nonconformity curriculum in English grades 7 through 12. Here's some of the things that have been written. They produced a guide for English teachers, suggesting that they make English more gay-friendly. Now let me quote what they say here. Position your students as LGBT people or their straight allies. So they start out with this actually assuming that their students are either part of this LGBT community, which is less than 3% of the population, or one of their allies. That's the way they're coming at it. And they go on, they are likely being positioned as straight and or homophobic in most other parts of their lives. Yes, the parents, their dumb parents at home are telling them that they're going to grow up and get married to a woman, if a man, or vice versa, and have a family together. That's homophobic. You can't be saying that to your kids. Instead, you have to let them know they can be part of this deviant community. Well, also, besides positioning them as homophobic or as non-homophobic or whatever, they go on to say, read LGBT-themed literature that does not just make homosexuality visible, but also shows queer people in queer communities. Young people need to know that being gay does not mean being alone. So in other words, they want to indoctrinate them. If you become gay, you're going to have a lot of cool friends that are gay too. This is like, to me, this is like a sales pitch for the kids, selling them on being part of the LGBT community. And you know what? If your teacher is selling you on this, that this is such a good thing, how many of these kids are going to get misdirected into something that really is not them at all? Classrooms are typically set up to reflect sustaining heteronormativity. I have to tell you, I favor heteronormativity. Okay? I'm one of those people that they don't like, apparently. They say, we hope to encourage a continued fluid recognition of gender as something that is complex, and so on. They also say heterosexism. See, I'm a heterosexist in their view. And homophobia are already part of the classroom. I may be a heterosexist, but I'm not a homophobe. I'm not afraid of those people. That's what homophobia means. You're afraid of them. No, I'm not afraid of them. I just think that they've chosen the wrong thing. And they're trying to get other people to choose it too. And that I'm opposed to. So anyway, they're saying heterosexism and homophobia are already part of the classroom. So we'll need to use a variety of strategies to counter these beliefs. Now think about that. Are they really thinking about the classroom, or are they thinking about the children's parents here? They're countering beliefs. What kind of beliefs do you think they're countering? Do you think maybe people that believe in the Bible is what they're trying to counter, but they can't say that in their journal? we're really not as dumb as they think we are. We can really understand what they're saying. Here's their summary. By learning to read through a gendered lens and by posing challenges to the gender binary, the gender binary is male and female, which happens to be the biological binary. By challenging that, students become consciously aware of gendered constructions of identity and their role as both consumers and possible producers of meaning. This act is potentially liberating for students. What are they trying to do? They're indoctrinating children in this LGBT philosophy. They want to liberate them from their heterosexual beliefs. Are they not trying to convert these kids into LGBT people? Isn't that what they want? I put these notes here. The overall goal is clearly to encourage students to question their beliefs on gender, particular boy-girl binary gender roles, and to embrace LGBTQ gender fluid thinking. And I put, it is not hard to envision the harm this will cause. Can you imagine this? Children all over the country becoming confused about their gender, or in some cases thinking that maybe they'll be more cool if they're part of this new cool community, the LGBTQ community. You know, maybe their life is real sucky in their language, and they want to do something to change their life. So they listen to all of this nonsense, and pretty soon they find themselves in a hospital undergoing a sex change operation. How many kids are going to have this happen to them because of these teachers? Can you imagine it? And what about this problem? And could this be connected? This is a website I found online. Bad Teachers is the name of it. Probably you've noticed in the news, there's a continual string of specifically female teachers who are sexually abusing their students. Have you seen that? This website lists many of them and tells about their cases. This is like a hugely growing phenomena that's happening right now. Do you think this could be happening because the teachers themselves are being indoctrinated that they're born that way and everything sexual is okay? I mean, we just read it. Isn't that propaganda that they're putting forward to the teachers? Why wouldn't we think that a lot of those teachers who are women would not be affected by that? Do you think they're just going to limit that to some kind of a black and white textbook? These things have a way of taking on a life of their own, and apparently have in the lives of a lot of people, a lot of teachers. So what happens when a female teacher abuses her male students? Well, in many cases, not much happens. They might lose their job, but in many cases, they don't even have any jail time. We have one person here that had a sentence of a year in jail, so probably did less than that, if any. Two that had no jail time at all. I didn't go through all of them, but that seems to be the trend. So here we have people to whom we have entrusted our precious children. They have violated that trust. They have used their position of authority in the lives of these children to abuse them. And what happens with them? They get a little slap in the wrist. They don't even get jail time for doing what they're doing. What is the message that that is sending to the children? What are we really telling these children? Aren't we telling them as a society they don't really matter all that much? And that it can't really be wrong. And you know what? Eventually society will catch up with the cool people and understand that this is all okay. That's what they're thinking. That's what a lot of them are thinking. You know, on this website, there's comments. Basically, I just summed up the comments for you. That's what a lot of people are thinking.
Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
We see that Charles Darwin wrote a book, and it was published in 1859. And his book on the origin of species, which is really not the whole title, it's telling you what he's really saying. It was Darwinism that gave them scientific justification to go in and dominate the so-called savages. That's what evolution is about. Here's a newspaper article from Australia. The headline is, "Blacks Slain for Science's White Superiority Theory." Cross out white superiority theory and put Darwinism, because it's the same thing. Look at this map of Africa. See the little light green part? That's the only part of Africa that was not completely colonized by the Europeans. All the other colors you see on there, that's all areas of Africa that were divided up to the different European nations. Why were they there in Africa? To steal everything in Africa. That's why they were there. They were thieves. They were going into a place that did not belong to them, where they were stronger, where they were more powerful, and they were taking what they wanted. That's what they were doing. And they needed a moral justification for that in the eyes of the soldiers that they sent to die there to make them rich. And Darwinian evolution gave them the excuse they needed. It didn't just happen in Africa. Here in the United States, the indigenous people in America were virtually wiped out. And this too was justified by Darwinian evolution.
Often when racist history is cited, such as stories of slavery, colonialism, genocide of indigenous people, or Nazi atrocities, blame is directed towards the Bible and Bible-believing people. However, a closer look at actual documentation points to another culprit behind elitist racist atrocities. That culprit is Darwinian evolution. This obscured fact of history needs and deserves to be revealed. The film, Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, was made to set this record straight. See it today. See Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, www.truthpoint.info.
Hello, friends. Today, while we're recording this, is September 22nd, and today was the day that the Pope arrived in America. So I had a few things I wanted to share tonight about that. There's certainly a lot of excitement in America over this, and some are excited in a positive way, and some don't feel quite so positive about it. So we're going to talk about that tonight. And we're going to talk a little bit about Agenda 2030 and the connection of the Pope with the UN Agenda 2030, because, friends, that's the reason why the Pope is here. And everything else that is happening with the Pope is to put pressure and influence on people to push through the Agenda 2030 and then also related programs. That's really what it's all about. And I know you've heard a lot about the month of September. Some of you might have heard that CERN was going to open a black hole into hell. Well, I'm pretty certain that didn't happen. You might have heard that the Earth was going to get hit by an asteroid. Well, that didn't happen and won't happen. In fact, there's a long list of things that people were quite freaked out about for September that haven't happened and that aren't going to happen. However, that doesn't mean that the events of September are not important, because all of those things that have been sort of like major problems, people have considered as major threats and have been worried about. What that's all about is to make you remember this September as being a big dud. So that when we get past this September, if anybody says to you, well, you know, September was significant, then you're supposed to say, well, all these things were supposed to happen, and we're still here. The rapture didn't happen. The tribulation didn't happen. We didn't get hit with an asteroid. CERN didn't open up hell, and yada, yada. So just another one of those things where people got all freaked out and nothing happened. Actually, the big event this month is the Pope coming to the United States and his direct connection with the UN Agenda 2030. That is the big thing that is happening. And yes, it is biblically significant. And the world doesn't have to blow up tomorrow for that to be true. So I can tell you with some certainty that when the Pope is speaking at the UN, you will not be raptured out. You will get to hear the entire speech. As he walks out of the building, the Antichrist is not going to come up to the platform and say, I'm the Antichrist, I'm here. That's not going to happen. But that doesn't mean that this is not a significant move towards the one world government, where eventually that will happen. It really is the beginning of the final drive to world domination. And this is a very significant thing. Things are going to change in this world a lot after this. We're going to see some very major changes. Well, let's take a closer look now at the Vatican and the Pope. That looks like a lot of gold there in front of the pontiff. It tells us that he's not just the spiritual leader of one of the world's major religions. He's also the head of what's probably the wealthiest institution in the entire world. The Catholic Church's global spending matches the annual revenues of the planet's largest firms. And its assets, huge amounts of real estate, St. Patrick's Cathedral, Vatican City, some of the world's greatest art, and many treasures that are locked away in the basement of the Vatican, and nobody even knows everything that's down there. This surely exceeds those of any corporation by an order of magnitude. Realize that for the better part of 2,000 years, all the greatest treasures of the Western world found their way into the control of the Vatican. They have been hoarding up these treasures for the best part of 2,000 years. Much of what they have, you can't even put a dollar value on. It is worth so much. Things of great historical and even spiritual significance. Think, for example, of things like letters of the apostles, personal letters, things like this. Much of which they have never and will never release because it's not in the interests of their organization to do that. Of course, a lot of what the apostles had to say would not put them in a good light. And that brings me to something Yeshua said. Of course, they call him Jesus, and they have transformed him into the Greek Christ. But his name, Yeshua, is a Hebrew name because he was a Hebrew. Very, very different than the kind of pomp that we see at the Vatican. In fact, he had no special hat that looks like a fish. He didn't carry around a lot of gold jewelry. Nobody ever kissed his ring. A prostitute washed his feet once. This is what he said. Foxes have holes, the birds of the sky have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. Quite a contrast with the wealth of the Pope, his multiple Pope-mobiles, the pontifical helicopter, all of the wealth of the Vatican being treated like one of the world's greatest heads of state as he arrived here in the United States, as he arrives anywhere in the world. That's how he's treated. Whereas our master Yeshua, well, they liked him so much they nailed him to a tree. Why did he get treated that way, and why does the Pope get treated the way he gets treated? Something worth thinking about, isn't it? Well, here's from a book where the wealth of the Vatican was investigated. It's called The Vatican Billions. Now, I bring this up not just because I want to make the Vatican look bad, although I'm probably not their best friend. But nevertheless, that's not really my intent. But realize that one of the big issues of the Pope supposedly has been poverty. He's talked about the poor and how those who are wealthy need to share with the poor. Personally, I think if he really believes this, a very good place to start would be to go and sell everything he has and give it to the poor. Because that's what Yeshua Messiah said to the rich young ruler. And when the Pope does that, then we might have a reason to believe that he is sincere about helping the poor. The Vatican has large investments with the Rothschilds of Britain, France, and America. I bet you a lot of you didn't even know there are Rothschild banks in America. Large investments. With the Hambros Bank and the Credit Suisse in London and Zurich. In the United States, it has large investments with the Morgan Bank, the Chase Manhattan Bank, the First National Bank of New York, the Bankers Trust Company, and others. As a matter of fact, they have so much money in one article that came out not too long ago. They just happened to find an account they didn't know anything about that had billions of euros in it. It was just like kicking around in the sofa or something. The Vatican has billions of shares in the most powerful international corporations, such as Gulf Oil, Shell, General Motors, Bethlehem Steel, General Electric, International Business Machines, TWA, and others. When to that is added all the real estate, property, stocks, and shares abroad, then the staggering accumulation of the wealth of the Catholic Church becomes so formidable as to defy any rational assessment. This book lays out much, much more than what is summarized here on this slide. The wealth of the Catholic Church, I'm sure, is beyond anything that any of us could possibly even begin to grasp. And so it's interesting that the Pope is taking up the cause of the poor. And he is telling the United States and other countries to take in the refugees. And I'm wondering how many refugees the Vatican will be taking in. Kind of an interesting question, isn't it? Am I saying that I think the Pope and the Vatican are insincere? I think I am. Yeah, that is what I'm saying. And also, you know, another big message of the Pope that we're going to be hearing while he's here is how bad capitalism is. Yeah. He talks a lot about how bad capitalism is. And yet, look at how heavily invested they are in all of these banks and all these companies. If he thought capitalism was so bad, you would think he wouldn't be so invested in all of these capitalist corporations. But you see, capitalism and corporatism are two different things. Nobody's told you that, have they? Capitalism is you starting a little business and going out and making a profit, improving your business, doing better for yourself. That's capitalism. And that's a good thing. That's how, for instance, this country, the United States, began, and this really contributed to the growth of the United States and the United States becoming a great economic power. Corporatism is something else. You know, they talk a lot about things like free markets and capitalism, but that's really not what corporatism is. Corporatism is all about monopolies. What the big corporations want is special favor from powerful people, especially from the government, to be in a favored position where they actually become more powerful than even the governments of this world. This is where we're at right now. And that's what corporatism is. You won't hear the Pope decrying corporatism. And the reason is because the corporations are really above the people that he's targeting. And they are his cronies. They are his friends. They're not people that he's going to want to create any waves for. So he talks a lot about capitalism. We need to know the difference between capitalism and corporatism, because these are two very, very different things. And the things that he's having to say about capitalism, many of them are true about corporatism. The corporations of this world are, in fact, raping the planet, stealing from the poor, and really causing a tremendous amount of pain and even death in this world. And no doubt many of these corporations that the Vatican is invested in are involved in that. So while it kind of seems in some ways that this particular message might agree with the facts, when you realize how deeply invested the Vatican is in that entire system and that corporate system, it certainly takes away from the moral authority to really talk much about that. Well, we made a comparison between Yeshua Messiah and his status as a peasant. And the status of the Pope. After considering the amount of wealth that the Vatican has, it's kind of interesting to look at Luke chapter 4. Here's where Yeshua went off into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. It says, the devil, leading him up on a high mountain, showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. The devil said to him, I will give you all this authority and their glory, for it has been delivered to me, and I give it to whomever I want. So who is it that has the world's authority to give out authority and glory and riches and wealth? What does the Bible tell us about that? It's Satan, isn't it? And this is what he wants in order to get anything from him. If you therefore will worship before me, it will all be yours. Simple. Just a little act of worship. And all that wealth, all that power can be yours. Would you like to be one of the wealthy, powerful people in the world? Like the Pope, like all the people that he's hobnobbing with while he's on his whirlwind tour? Well, you can do that. You just have to make a deal. Yeshua answered him, back off, Satan. He wasn't going to consider that deal for a moment. He said, it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and you shall serve him only. They might just start with going through all of their expensive basilicas and cathedrals and smashing all the idols. And that might start them in the right direction. Well, let's think about Pope Francis and what's actually going on with him. He is a spiritual leader of 1.2 billion people. That's how many Catholics there are in the world. 1.2 billion people. That's a lot of people. And this article from Forbes tells us that he has made it his he's made it his mission to transform the long-standing conservative image of the Catholic Church. And here's some of his most controversial statements. He said, evolution and the Big Bang are true. He added that God is not a magician with a magic wand. He shocked the world last year when he said, "Who am I to judge?" when discussing homosexuality. He's the first Jesuit and Latin American bishop of Rome. He preaches compassion for the poor and a greater role for women while signaling the church to quit its focus on abortion, gay marriage, and the use of contraceptives. I wonder why he would be saying that. Do you think it could have anything to do with getting along better with the United Nations? Do you think that perhaps the reason why the things that Pope Francis is talking about dovetail so perfectly with the UN agenda? You think there could be something in that for the Pope and the Catholic Church? Have you ever heard of a Pope that actually wrote an encyclical on global warming? That's quite transparent, isn't it? You know, it seems like there was a big meeting. And whether it happened in person, whether it happened electronically, whether it happened through subordinates or whatever, what we're seeing here is a convergence of major players in the world all coming together on these same issues. Clearly, deals have been struck here that really change the balance of things in the world. And it all revolves around Agenda 2030 at the UN. Agenda 2030 is about managing the Earth's resources, which, by the way, you're considered part of those resources. And literally nothing is left out of Agenda 2030. And all of this needs to be managed by some kind of a global framework that very soon turns into a global one world government. And you see, we have to have this because if we don't, global warming is going to destroy the planet. Or some other crisis is going to destroy the planet. But if we sign up for it, they're going to totally do away with poverty, which means that everybody's going to get a welfare check, I guess. That is, all the people that aren't dead. But whatever else we can say about Agenda 2030, we have to say that it must be good for the Vatican, because they're putting a lot of energy, a lot of effort into selling this. Now, of course, we already know that President Obama is totally down with the UN. And all of this is, he's on the record for all of these things, including Agenda 2030. So that's not a big surprise. We do see conservative congressmen and senators who are objecting to the things that the Pope is saying. And of course, he's giving a speech to them. And as I'm speaking, I haven't heard the speech yet, but I have a pretty good idea what it's going to be about. He is going to be pushing them, pressuring them to adopt this green agenda. There's a meeting coming up in Paris for this, where they want to have a very aggressive agreement between the nations of the world to cut back on CO2 in the atmosphere. That translates for all of us into restrictions on anything that produces CO2, which I guess that includes breathing, doesn't it? But in addition to that, fuel. So all of that is going to become much more expensive. And it'll affect us in other ways. It will affect the economy, lots of different things. But of course, the conservatives in America need to be against this. And they are, and they're huffing and puffing against it. But the fact that the Pope came and lectured them about it gives them an excuse when they just get on board and they push all this through. See, that's how it really works with them, isn't it? They huff and puff about things, but in the end, they just go along with the system. That's to keep all of us fooled into thinking that it actually matters who you vote for. Of course it doesn't. Our votes don't change anything because other people make the decisions. Not us, not the voters. We don't make the decisions. It's the people who have the corporate billions under their control. They're the people that are able to make the decisions. They're the ones with the votes that count. But they put on the big show for us. So, enjoy it. You might want to get out a bowl of popcorn, listen to the speech, and you'll really enjoy it when you hear all the conservatives decrying what the Pope had to say and so on. But in the end, it'll be just like all the other things that happen where the conservatives just give in the end and just go along with the globalist agenda. So this is, I think, what to expect again this time around. Then, of course, the Pope's glory moment will be when he's before the UN. And this will be his time to shine before all the world leaders, lecturing them on what they should be doing, and essentially whipping everybody into shape to get on board with the globalist agenda. Well, here's a little bit more about Pope Francis. We're going to play a video for you now.
Il clima è un bene comune, oggi gravemente minacciato. Lo indicano fenomeni come i cambiamenti climatici, il riscaldamento globale, l'aumento degli eventi meteorologici estremi. Rivolgo a tutti un presente invito a compiere ogni sforzo perché ai tavoli in cui si cerca il modo per risolvere l'unica complessa crisi socio-ambientale, di fronte all'emergenza dei cambiamenti climatici, mi sento di proporre che questo dialogo diventi un'autentica alleanza per arrivare ad accordi ambientali globali realmente significativi.
Pope Francis' highly anticipated encyclical was leaked before the scheduled June 18th release date, and in it he names climate change as the greatest threat to humanity. He also calls for reduction of the population and creation of a new global political authority to save mankind from disaster by overseeing the reduction of pollution and the development of poor countries and regions. This sounds suspiciously like the new Sustainable Development Agenda about to be unveiled at the UN in September. The Pope is scheduled to give the initial speech at the conference on what is becoming known as Agenda 21 on steroids. This new program addresses more than the environment. It also deals with poverty, education, agriculture, and gender equality. In addition, he's scheduled to meet with Obama and address the U.S. Congress during his visit. The timing of this encyclical isn't accidental. The Guardian reported that the purpose was to ensure maximum public impact before the UN conference. Francis hopes to add moral authority to the scientific arguments about the need for a global agreement to deal with climate change. The Vatican has hired experts to help craft their new agenda, and one of them, John Schellenhuber, is a German professor who earlier had stated that the planet is overpopulated by at least 6 billion people. This all sounds very much like the new 10 Commandments on the Georgia Guidestones, and raises questions about what moral authority the Vatican is following. While the Pope won't be calling for such a drastic reduction, the fact that Schellenhuber is his primary advisor and will stand beside him at the encyclical's release is prompting some to ask whether this is really about saving the planet or about increasing the political power of the Vatican. He also will call for lifestyle changes and reduction of energy consumption to avert unprecedented destruction of the ecosystem. It's a strange focus for the papacy, especially since there hasn't been any sign of global warming for over a decade.
That kind of gives you a short rundown as to what this is all about. It's very interesting that, of course, the Vatican, with all of their resources, is able to call in scientists and get scientific information. And they are beating the drum about global warming. And yet, as was mentioned there in the video, there hasn't actually been any global warming for a long time. There is ups and downs, of course, in the Earth's warming cycle, but that has to do with the sun. That really isn't anything to do with the people. But there hasn't been any warming in quite a long time. As a matter of fact, just this year, there's been a great increase in the amount of Arctic ice. And contrary to what they're telling us, the polar bears aren't all dying or anything. And nevertheless, they're pushing this. And you know, if people hear it enough, they do believe it. Now, what is the real significance of this? Is it significant? Well, of course it's significant. If you have the leading religious figure in the world who really has clout far beyond the 1.2 billion people who are Catholics, the world is really watching and listening. But then in addition to that, you have the President of the United States, you have the European leaders recently The European Union was calling for a one world government order. Yeah, there are some holdouts in the world, and they will have to be dealt with. But this is happening, friends. This is happening. The plan is a one world government. And the world is being wooed into this. So they're not going to take you right out tomorrow and threaten they're going to cut your head off if you don't get the mark. It's understandable that some people are worried that might happen tomorrow. It won't happen tomorrow. But it will happen once that one world order is so in control of everybody's life that there's no possibility of any significant resistance. Then the whole tone will change dramatically once that happens, because these people, they don't really like you. They're all superior to you. That's how they feel. And they need you. They need slaves. And that's how they see us. But they don't really like us. So when we get out of line, their inclination is not going to be to treat us according to our human rights. I prefer God-given rights myself. Human rights that are given by a human organization can be taken away just as fast, can't they? And will be. We know from the scriptures how this all ends up, don't we? So the big question we have right now is not where it's going. The big question is, when is it going there? Now, in the Daniel seminar that I'm doing, I'm going to be addressing issues of timing. But today, I do want to talk about that a little bit because we have actually heard reports from different people who believe that the rapture is going to happen immediately. Others that think the tribulation is going to break out immediately. I mean, like next week or something. And while these things certainly are approaching, okay, they're on the horizon, they're approaching. But this agenda needs to unfold somewhat before we actually get to these spiritual events that are going to be happening. That doesn't mean, though, we can just sit around on our hands, because these are times that really do call on us to make changes, to get ourselves ready for things that are happening. And we have no time to lose, friends. We need to be awake, alert, and we need to be using our time wisely, because this is sand through the hourglass. This is what is happening. But let's look at these two things, because these are the two big things: the rapture and the tribulation. I have some verses here from 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 1 through 5. I have a major teaching that I did on this in my radio show. So if you want more information, let us know at Zion, and we'll share that with you. But here's what it says in 2 Thessalonians 2, 1 through 5. Now, brothers, concerning the coming of our Lord Yeshua the Messiah, and being gathered together to him. See, that's the thing we call the rapture, right? When he comes and we're changed and we're gathered to him. Concerning that, we ask you not to be quickly shaken in your mind, nor yet be troubled, either by spirit or by word or by letter as from us, saying the day of Messiah has come. Let no one deceive you in any way, for it will not be unless the apostasy comes first. Well, I'm pretty sure the apostasy has come. I think we can count on that. So we can see we are really getting closer, aren't we? It's very clear the apostasy is here. But there's another thing. And the man of sin is revealed, the son of destruction, he who opposes and exalts himself against all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, setting himself up as God. Well, we do have a lot of little antichrists running around. But do we have the Antichrist, the man of sin, revealed to the world as saying that he is God? We haven't seen that. And what this is telling us here is our being gathered together to the Lord can't happen until that happens first. So I can tell you then, we're not there. And I do know that there are thousands, if not millions, of Christians that are waiting with bated breath for that to happen. And you may be feeling kind of scared, maybe even a little bit panicky to see things happening in the world, but this rapture isn't happening. Well, I would just suggest to you that regardless of what your theology may be about this, it would be very prudent of you to be prepared for great changes in this world, to strengthen your relationship with the Lord, to dig into His Word more deeply, and to get a better understanding of what is really required of you in these last days. That's really important because things are changing dramatically. Now, one last thing that Paul said here is he said, don't you remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things? Do you know how Paul was able to tell those believers these things? It's because he knew and understood the book of Daniel and the other prophets that tell us all about these things. He spent time in the Word so that he knew what it really said. And that's what we do here in Zion. That's what we're doing with our Beasts of Daniel seminar. We're going to keep digging into that more deeply. I really want to invite everyone to join us for that, because we don't just get sort of washed away in all the emotion and all of the superstition even. We're tied to what the Scriptures say. You know, for our seminar, I felt led that our seminar should be during Sukkot, which starts kind of late this year in terms of being in September. It starts on the 29th of September. And some people thought, well, that's too late. That's after the Pope comes. That's after a lot of different things are going to happen. And of course, you know, if CERN is going to open up hell and stuff, or we're going to get hit by an asteroid or whatever, then I might not get to do my seminar. But obviously, I knew that that stuff wasn't going to interfere with the seminar. That's not what's going on right now. And what I believed was that after these events happen, after everybody watches on TV and sees the Pope talking to Congress, the speech at the UN, and all that happens with that, and all the rest of it that's going to be happening, that's the time that people are going to want to know, well, what does this really mean? And so it turns out that the timing is really perfect for looking into this in the book of Daniel. And that's the time people really need all of that. And at that point in time, you will have sifted through all these things that people have said about September, and then you'll be in the same place I'm at as to what I want to talk about. That's going to be what you're going to want to talk about too. And it really all revolves around this. It all revolves around the United Nations and Agenda 21. Now, all the focus is on the Pope, but it really should be on, well, what they call Agenda 21 on steroids, Agenda 2030, because that's what's ahead of us. That's what we're going to be seeing kicking in, and that's going to have a very big effect on our lives. So, talking now about the rapture, can we expect to see that before the man of sin is revealed? Scriptures tell us no. It's not going to happen. Well, what about the tribulation? Is that about to break out? Here we have Revelation chapter 7, and it tells us here, I saw another angel ascend from the sunrise, having the seal of the living God. He cried with a loud voice to the four angels to whom it was given to harm the earth and the sea, saying, don't harm the earth, neither the sea nor the trees, until we have sealed the bondservants of our God on their foreheads. I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000, sealed out of every tribe of the children of Israel. Every tribe. Now you might be thinking, well, the Jews are back in Israel. And you might be right. But what about the people from the tribe of Issachar? Or the people of Asher? Are they back in the land? How about the remnant from the tribe of Benjamin? Or Manasseh? Or Ephraim? Are they back in the land? See, this hasn't been fulfilled, has it? And what does it mean to say to these angels, hold back these winds? These four winds, hold back these winds. Those are the winds of the tribulation. And why do they have to be held back? The reason they have to be held back is because if they're not held back, the tribulation would start. Isn't that just what it looks like? This is why so many people feel like the tribulation's about to start. Because what do we need to start the tribulation? I think we need a really big crisis. Once they get the whole thing rolling, a really big crisis, a big global crisis, which is not hard for them to do, where everybody's really scared, then they could launch their one world government. So that could happen really soon, right? Except the four angels are holding back the four winds of the tribulation. And why are they doing it? It's so that the remnant of Israel can be sealed. This is a work that is underway, but it hasn't been completed. And the remnant of Israel are not back in their land. So can the tribulation begin? No. Friends, too, it doesn't have to be the tribulation to be difficult. Okay? It's not like everything's just going to be fine and then boom, we have the tribulation and it's terrible. That's not really what the scriptures tell us. The scriptures talk about it getting progressively more difficult. And really, these events that are happening now in this whole Agenda 2030 and what this is bringing in, that's things getting more difficult. And they're going to get quite a bit more difficult in many ways. And we are going to be seeing our freedoms being impinged upon. And, you know, you might think that you can stop this. But I'll tell you now that political efforts won't stop this. And some kind of a revolt, really, citizens don't have the power to overturn this. Besides that, Yahweh has given it to these people. Basically saying, okay, it's time, go for it. You know, they've been chomping at the bit for this ever since the Tower of Babel. They're finally going to get their day. Everybody was so angry at Jeremiah when he was telling the unfaithful people in Jerusalem that Babylon was going to come in and destroy Jerusalem and the temple, and that they should not oppose Babylon. They even threw him in a cistern and left him there to die because they didn't like his message. Who was right, him or them? You see, the things that Yahweh has determined, that he's put in his word, the things that must happen, you're not going to change those things. You're not going to change them through political maneuvering. You're not going to change them by force of arms. You're not going to change them even through prayer, because he's not going to act contrary to his word. These things are going to happen, and the world is changing. We are seeing it. This year, I'm talking about this Hebrew year that started in the spring of 2015. We're still in this Hebrew year that started in the spring of 2015, contrary to what some people would tell you. This Hebrew year is a turning point. And we've all been seeing it, we've all been feeling it, and it's bringing in a change. And this has been true throughout this last days period. 2001 was the Shemitah year. How much did that change things? Did the world ever go back to what it was like before then? And then 2008 was another one of these Shemitah years. That's when we had the global economic crisis. Has the world gone back to what it was like before that? No. Now we've got this, Agenda 2030, and we've got the Pope, and we've got the United Nations, and we've got the President of the United States, we've got the European Union, we've got countries around the world that are all for this, okay? Is that going to change things? See how these things keep stacking up on top of each other? That's what's going to keep happening until we get to that point. Till the remnant of the tribes are returned, as the scriptures talk about. Why is it that every time anything happens, all people ever talk about is the rapture? Did they not ever read their Bible? You know, go back and read the prophets. Every single prophet talks about the return of the remnant of Israel to the land in the last days. Where the heck was Hal Lindsey and his book talking about that? Where are those myriad teachers out there, those famous teachers that live in $1 million houses telling you about the rapture, why haven't they told you about the remnant? I'll tell you why, because they're not the remnant and they don't know. We know. We know. How do we know? It's not just a doctrine to us. We're part of it. We're telling you about it, so you'll know. I hope you'll listen. The Vatican, the Pope, and UN Agenda 2030. It's what's going on right now. It's changing things. It is fulfilling Bible prophecy. The beast of Daniel is starting to be visible. It's kind of like having a shark circling the boat, right? You see that fin sticking up? That's kind of where we're at with this. The beast is surfacing. There's lots of evidence for this. You need to know about this. We want to share with you about it. We want to ask you to come to the seminar and learn about the beast of Daniel and learn how these things are actually being fulfilled, what is ahead of you, and what needs to happen, what you need to do. You know, one of the things that we're going to talk about at the seminar is an end-time action plan. Do you have one? You know, you might have a to-go bag in case of a hurricane or an earthquake or something. But do you have an end-time action plan? Should you have one? Well, why do you think Yeshua said so many times to be on the watch? Why would you watch if you didn't know what to do once you saw something? You need an end-time action plan. We're going to help you develop one. So come and be a part. Thanks for listening. Beast of Daniel Surfacing is our new seminar on the book of Daniel with previously unknown information to give you understanding and knowledge regarding the beast that is about to surface and change the world and change your life. You can participate in this seminar online absolutely free of charge. To sign up for this is absolutely free. This is being offered as a public service to everyone who needs this information. To sign up and to receive more details, please go to our website at www.tsiyon.org. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to keep up with our latest YouTube videos. Please post this video and share it with your friends. Tonight we want to talk about liberty. Liberty is something we all have. And it's something that is imparted to us from our Father in heaven. Yet sometimes we aren't able to fully enjoy our liberty because others want to steal it from us. And then it becomes a lot more difficult. It's wonderful to live in a land that acknowledges and honors liberty. I live in the United States of America. Recently, there's been talk about America. Is it somehow exceptional? And many people say that it's not any more exceptional than any other country. That may be true today. If it is true today, it was not always true. Something that is very exceptional about America, the United States, is that it was formed on the basis of true liberty. Now, after some 240 years, we live in the time when we are seeing that liberty being undermined and soon to be destroyed. It's been betrayed. Let's look a little bit about that. This is Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, called the birthplace of American liberty. And indeed, it goes back a long time. The Declaration of Independence was adopted there on July 4th of 1776. It's said that the design of the American flag was agreed upon there at Independence Hall. The Articles of Confederation were adopted there in 1781, and the Constitution of the United States was drafted and signed there at Independence Hall in 1787. At Independence Hall, we find the Liberty Bell. This bell was ordered in 1751, before the United States was a country, by the Pennsylvania Assembly for use in the Pennsylvania State House. It's called the Liberty Bell because it proclaims liberty. It's from Leviticus 25:10. Inscribed on the bell, it says, "Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof." Now realize those people, those first Americans, did not invent liberty. When they wrote the Declaration of Independence there in Independence Hall, and then when they followed that up with the Constitution of the United States, they were not inventing something new. They were inspired by the liberty found in the Scriptures. This was something new in the world. You know, the world has been dark with tyranny for millennia. People, for the most part, have not been able to enjoy freedom through most of human history. So, this verse in Leviticus proclaiming liberty for all the inhabitants was a radical idea. And realize that idea was in the scriptures almost 4,000 years ago. There was only one free people in the whole world. That was the people of Yahweh, the people of Israel. The rest of the world was dark with tyranny. There can be no liberty. There can be no freedom apart from our Creator and His precious, precious Word. And great Americans have known that and relied upon it from the beginning of this country. And that had a lot to do with shaping the freedoms that those first Americans enjoyed and that are crystallized in the Constitution of the United States. For instance, imagine this: the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. He said this: "The Bible is the best of all books, for it is the Word of God and teaches us the way to be happy in this world and in the next. Continue, therefore, to read it and to regulate your life by its precepts." Can you imagine having a Chief Justice of the United States telling Americans to base their lives on the Bible? That idea seems so strange today, but it was not strange for the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. This is what the first Americans believed. Or how about Andrew Jackson, President of the United States? He said the Bible is the rock on which our republic rests. Are you starting to see what was unique about the United States of America? The freedom embodied in the Constitution of the United States comes directly from the pages of the Scriptures. How about James Madison, one of the framers of the Constitution? Listen to this: "We have staked the whole future of our new nation not upon the power of government. Far from it. We have staked the future of all our political constitutions upon the capacity of each of ourselves to govern ourselves according to the moral principles of the 10 Commandments." Isn't that amazing? President Thomas Jefferson is quoted as saying this, as inscribed at the Jefferson Memorial: "God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. Can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that His justice cannot sleep forever." We have a legal doctrine in America that was used through part of the 20th century and is used today, called separation of church and state. And this legal doctrine has been put forth to say that the Bible and the teachings of the Bible are not involved in the governing principles of the United States. But when we actually look at what the founding fathers of the country said, when we actually look at the documents, what we find is that if you remove the scriptures from the Constitution of the United States, you have gutted liberty out of this country. That's what Thomas Jefferson was saying. Why is that true? Well, today we really have two paradigms. We have the paradigm that was the cornerstone of American liberty. It was the belief from the scriptures that man is created in the image of his creator, with the capacities and the abilities and the freedoms given to him by his creator, called in the Constitution unalienable rights. Freedom. In that Constitution, it says that all men are created equal. And of course, the very word created tells you it's talking about a creator that has given us these rights. So according to the Constitution of the United States, a completely unique document among the family of mankind today. The rights that we enjoy, the freedom, the liberty embodied in the Constitution does not come from the Constitution. It does not come from the government. It comes from our Creator. And therefore, not even the government has a right to take that liberty from us. By contrast, in the 20th century, a new paradigm arose. It's the paradigm of evolution. According to that paradigm, man is really just another animal. Man does not have a creator. Man came about by chance. And we have advanced along the path of evolution through survival of the fittest. In other words, the fiercest, most ruthless creature is the one that survived. Yet somehow we arrived at this idea of having human rights. Now, those two ideas are really opposite ideas. If you're just an animal, like every other animal, how do you have some special rights? And I'm telling you, that's where this is going. Eventually, we're all going to think just like Buddhists who believe that a fly has just as much rights as a human being. That's what comes out of the idea of evolution. However, survival of the fittest implies that the elite have the right to rule because they are the most fit, they have the most power, they have the most resources, so therefore they should rule over the rest of us. That is the real message of evolution. That is the message of despotism, totalitarianism, that is at work in our world, that is trying to push out freedom, that is trying to take away liberty from the God-given rights of individuals, replace them with something called human rights, which are granted by the state and which can be taken away just as quickly. This is where we are at. This is the shell game that is being done right now to steal our God-given rights from us and to substitute it with something like the porridge that was given to Esau. I am not buying that. This is the law of the jungle, where the strongest dominate. This is what is truly dominating the world today. And this is what is threatening liberty. And what has come out of this paradigm? $50 million abortions since abortion was legalized by the Supreme Court of the United States. Survival of the fittest, right? Bible reading and recitation of the Lord's Prayer in school has long since been ruled unconstitutional. Now, how is that possible when you read the things that the forefathers actually said about the Bible, where the first Supreme Court justice told us to read it every day, but you can't read it in school? And then, of course, we've seen in courthouses all across the United States the 10 Commandments, which one of our first presidents told us is the foundation of our behavior in this country. Those 10 Commandments have been removed from the courthouses in America. And as if all of that is not enough, recently, a year ago, the Supreme Court said that behavior, which is condemned in the Scriptures, which has been known to be evil since the beginning of time, is now a human right that we all must observe. So we are in a country where license to offend God is considered liberty, but it is not liberty, it is sin. With all of this having happened in this country, what is to become of liberty? Where there is no God, there can be no liberty. Where there are no scriptures, there can be no foundation for true liberty. So liberty is in danger very soon being totally stamped out of this country. Well, you might say, that's not true because we're a democracy. But if you knew your American history, you would know that this country was not founded to be a democracy. It was founded to be a republic where certain things were held to be true by every person, things that could not be voted upon, like the 10 Commandments. But since around the middle of the 20th century, we have heard this more and more, that America is defending democracy in the world. And many of us have come to think that's a good thing. And to the extent that it protects freedom, it's better than totalitarianism. But Thomas Jefferson and the other founders specifically rejected democracy. And why did they do that? Thomas Jefferson said a democracy is nothing more than mob rule, where 51% of the people may take away the rights of the other 49%. You see, as the population sinks more and more into degradation and moral decay, democracy will drag the country down more and more toward chaos and misery. Now, this is not new. Plato actually talked about democracy. He said, dictatorship naturally arises out of democracy, and the most aggravated form of tyranny and slavery out of the most extreme liberty. A study of history will show you wherever democracy has been practiced, it has always sunk into totalitarianism. Every time. And it's happening again. We have this example of democracy. 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. You know, it's funny, except as we see this come about in this country, it's not going to be funny for Bible believers. Without the Bible as the divine standard to govern society, right and wrong are decided by the majority. And you know, the scriptures tell us the majority are always wrong. So where can that lead us? We, friends, are really in trouble in America. And I bring this up talking to our global audience because the downfall of freedom in America is going to mean the downfall of freedom in all the rest of the world. And so this is deadly serious to us all. Now, lately, people have seen this coming. Not everybody, but some people have been awake to what is going on. And they have started to try to take action to preserve liberty. For example, the recent Brexit vote of Britain to exit the European Union. This was a move to try and retain more personal liberty in Britain. Of course, in Europe and in America, there are political movements now that are seeking to conserve what liberty we have and even to try and turn things back around. This is not favored by the elite. For example, in this particular article, one of the elite, James Traub, has an article entitled, "It's Time for the Elites to Rise Up Against the Ignorant Masses." That's telling you what they really think about you, friends. You're just the ignorant masses. And he sees the solution to this move towards more liberty as the establishment political parties combining forces to keep out the nationalists. So there is a war right now between specifically Bible-believing people who believe in liberty that is rooted in the scriptures and the elite that see you as part of the ignorant masses that they want to control for their own benefit. They have resources. And trust me, they have an arsenal to fight against the light of liberty in the world. Now, I have a video about this, and I want to share it.
And again, the establishment, which now hates democracy, viscerally hates democracy, wants to use the EU as a model for spreading effectively dictatorship worldwide. At the moment, according to the House of Commons Library, which has just done a survey, 3 laws in 5 that are made for us by our parliament in the United Kingdom are in fact only made because Brussels says we must make those laws. Wow. These laws are being enacted because the European Union's commissars, 28 unelected people who meet behind closed doors, have issued what is revealingly called a directive, which we are then obliged, under pain of unlimited and continuing fines, to enact into law in the United Kingdom. That is how far from democracy we are. Now, you may say, oh, but I've heard of a thing called the European Parliament. Well, don't imagine that that is anything like a parliament. It is a fig leaf to cover the naked dictatorship behind. And this parliament cannot even bring forward a bill. Can you imagine if the United States had set up a constitution whereby the Congress was not allowed in either house ever to bring forward any new legislation? Yet the Constitution of Europe is that the supreme law of Europe is proposed behind closed doors by the 28 commissars, is drafted behind closed doors by a committee called the Council of Ministers, which doesn't actually have any ministers on it. It's entirely bureaucrats. There's also a rather shadowy group called the Council of Permanent Representatives, another lot of bureaucrats that have their say. Then and only then it goes to the European Parliament. And of course, if right at the outset the commissars have decided to veto whatever law it was, then the European Parliament doesn't get its say at all. So this is an entirely anti-democratic constitution. In fact, it's very like the Soviet constitution on which it was modeled. And all that's happened is the Soviet constitution has moved westward, and we are now effectively the European Supreme Soviet. And it is dragging all of us down with exactly this kind of bureaucratic mishmash of controls and regulations run by people we can't elect and can't remove that you talk of in the transatlantic trade partnership system. And what is happening here is that people like Mr. Obama, who have realized that communism is no longer popular, but who want to build in perma-communism into whatever they do, have discovered that if they make international treaties, either bilateral or multilateral, it doesn't very much matter, under your constitution, those treaties have the force of supreme law in the United States. And they can't be repealed unilaterally as your own laws can. That's the difference. And what is more, all the powers that are transferred, whether it be to the Transatlantic Trade Partnership, whether it be to the European Stability Pact, the European Union, the World Bank, the World Law of the Sea Conference, it doesn't matter which of these entities it is, the UN is another one. There are a growing number of them, all of them very expensive. Not one of these supranational or global bodies has its governing council elected by us, the people of the states parties, to the treaties that set those bodies up. So every time you transfer power from elected hands in the democracies to a global or supranational organization, you're transferring it from elected to unelected hands every time. So every time somebody says, oh, we've got a new wonderful treaty, you will know with a terrible certainty that another large piece of your democracy has been sliced away like a piece of salami. And this is the intention of the left now, is to govern entirely by dictatorship. And so far has it gone that, to give you an example, which is being mirrored in the Transatlantic Trade Partnership, which is why I mention it to you in America too, is that the European Stability Pact, to which Britain doesn't belong because we're not part of the failing euro currency zone. But the regulations, that the treaty that sets up that pact, creates a governing council which can, at will, whenever it likes, call upon any of the member states of that group, the European Stability Pact, for unlimited amounts of money. And what is more, the people who are on this governing council, are of course elected by nobody, they're so unaccountable that even if they decided to take the money and run off with it and put it into their bank accounts in the Cayman Islands or Switzerland or Belgium, which is now becoming one of the biggest money laundering centers in the world, then the Stability Pact terms say that those people cannot be prosecuted and they cannot be sued in any civil court either. They are completely immune. They have absolute financial power over all the countries that belong to that treaty, absolute power. And even if they choose to exercise that power criminally, nobody can do anything to stop them.
There's so much in that little clip. And the truth is, it's all true. And what it shows us is how right Thomas Jefferson and the other founding fathers in America were to decide that America would not be a democracy. Because a democracy is so easy for the elite to undermine and take over. Basically, that's what you see in the European Union. They have a veneer that looks like democracy, something called a parliament that has absolutely no power whatsoever. And all the people that are running the EU are behind the scenes. You don't even know their names. They are the elite. And they are the ones that are controlling Europe and a good part of the rest of the world. And this is considered a model for the UN, for the coming one world government. As a matter of fact, you would think with Britain voting to leave the EU, other countries in Europe also having similar movements coming up, that the EU now would be saying, oh, we're going to reform, we're going to become more open and transparent, we're going to listen to the people. No, that's not what's happening. What they're talking about now is crystallizing the EU even more into a super state, like the Soviet Union. And along with that, they want their own army, one army controlled by all of the EU. It is a nightmare. Lord Monckton mentioned about the power of international trade agreements. These international trade agreements are being used by the globalist elite to entrap countries of the world into the global governance scheme. And America is well along down this line. One of the important things that Lord Monckton mentioned, which is true, is that all nations, including the United States, that enter into international treaties, those treaties then have a status above the law within the country. And this is very dire for people who love freedom because they don't get to say anything about it. Those treaties get made. In many cases, they never even know what's in them, and they totally change the lives of people who are involved in those treaties. They advance the globalist agenda, and they steal freedom. Now, let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about. We often hear from Donald Trump. He talks about trade a lot and globalization and how free trade is a job killer and steals jobs away from America. Maybe you've heard some of this. Maybe you've seen it on TV. But this is exactly what has happened. 20 years ago, NAFTA was enacted into law. It is a trade agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And what has it led to in those 20 years? A staggering $188 billion trade deficit for the United States. the loss of at least 1 million jobs that have left the United States, most of which have gone to Mexico. So it has meant income inequality, displacement for many Americans, and of course, a huge amount of immigration from Mexico into America. Well, has this been good for the people of America? Whole manufacturing sectors in America have been shut down by NAFTA. However, we see the leaders of these countries continuing to push NAFTA. For instance, just recently, the Mexican president urged North American integration. That was his response to the British exiting the EU. He's saying the United States, Canada, and Mexico must become like the EU. This, of course, has been a globalist plan for some time. This is called the North American Union. You know, it used to be, when people would talk about this, that they would be called conspiracy theorists. Now, it's right in Yahoo News, coming from the lips of the president of Mexico. Recently, the presidents of the three countries met in Canada. And this article tells us North America leaders mount strong defense of trade despite threats. The threats it's talking about are the threat that Donald Trump might try to reverse NAFTA. And the important thing here, President Obama said this: the integration of national economies into a global economy, that's here, that's done. Obama told a news conference at the end of a summit dubbed the Three Amigos. Let that sink in. The integration of national economies into a global economy is here. It's done. You see, this is how far globalism has progressed. On this level of trade, there already is one world government. And it's structured through the use of all of these treaties. Here's a map I found of this on Wikipedia. Global economic integration via multilateral treaties. Well, you might wonder, okay, but these are trade treaties. How can these take our liberty away from us? Well, a lot of our liberty depends on economic factors. So that's one reason. But here, where the three amigos were talking together, we noticed on the screen, leaders agree on environmental pact, LGBTQ rights. Now, they're supposed to be talking about trade agreements, but they're talking about an environmental pact and LGBTQ rights. Why is that? It's because if it's an international treaty, then it's binding on the United States without anybody voting on it. This is why in America we are having a lot of weird stuff that is being pushed down our throats. And it's being disguised as if somehow it arises from American law. But it is, in fact, entirely alien to American law. It's being pushed down our throats in the same way that EU law is pushed down the throats of the United Kingdom because of international treaties. Things that shouldn't be in trade treaties, such as things having to do with morals and human rights, are being included in those treaties to make them binding upon Americans and people of other countries. This is what is actually happening. This is how the globalist government is even right now being imposed upon America, and how our liberties are being betrayed by our leaders of this country, traitors to the Constitution of the United States of America and everything that this country was founded upon. If you don't believe me, look at this. This is put out by the United Nations, entitled The World Trade Organization and Global Governance. The booklet basically explains how to use trade to govern the world. They are way farther ahead on all of this than the average American could even imagine. A few people understand it. You see here a protester. Free trade is corporate tyranny. And of course, that's what's behind it all, isn't it? The big money, the elite, taking over the world. The man behind the curtain that you don't see, controlling our elected leaders and stealing our liberty. Here's a new organization, relatively new, GIFTA. Transformations in Global Governance, Integration via Free Trade Agreements. You get it? It's a conspiracy. It really is. A conspiracy to integrate the nations of the world without you or I even seeing what's really going on, thinking that our nation is not being changed where we live, and actually all the while we're being tied into this one world government, and the noose is being tightened tighter and tighter as our liberties are being stolen from us. What is happening is a lot like the Wizard of Oz. Remember that big scary wizard? What happened when little Toto pulled back the curtain? Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. We found out it was just a fallible human being who was doing it all. Very similar to what President Obama recently said. They'll warn that tyranny is always lurking just around the corner. You should reject those voices. Pay no attention to those people stealing your liberty. So who is it behind the curtain? Well, if we want to put a face on it, and it's not just one man, it's the globalists, but you could put the face on it of George Soros. And so we want to talk about him. He gave $1 million to Barack Obama's super PAC. Not a lot of money for him because he's a super billionaire. But nevertheless, certainly enough for President Obama to owe him. And not only did he give money directly to Obama's election, but also he backed the progressive agenda of the Democratic Party with $159 million. Think about that a minute. $159 million. That's a lot of money to spread around Washington, isn't it? Agenda supporters were linked to at least $159 million in donations or political contributions from wealthy backer George Soros for the new far-left progressive agenda. You wonder why things are changing so rapidly in America? Do you think all of this money could have anything to do with it? The Blaze kind of represented it like this. Who's really in charge? Well, it's not just President Obama that has received this money. Hillary Clinton has received at least $8 million, not to mention PACs supporting her election, much more money, and realized that Soros is tied into a whole network of people like him, whom he directs their money into all of this too. So what we're seeing is the march of Hillary. It doesn't matter how many scandals there are. It doesn't matter even if she's responsible for giving away secrets of the United States. None of that matters because she has the support of the elite. And even where anybody who reads the law and listens to the statement of the FBI director, James Comey, would come to the reasonable conclusion that she broke the law, she was given a pass. It says in the National Review, in essence, in order to give Mrs. Clinton a pass, the FBI rewrote the statute, inserting an intent element that Congress did not require. How is that possible? It certainly isn't possible because our country is governed equally by a rule of law. That would not be possible. As Paul Ryan, the House Speaker, said, it defies explanation, and damage is being done to the rule of law. A common response of the people is, why should I obey the law if our leaders don't have to? So this is how it is in America today. Let me tell you something, liberty goes along very closely with justice. Where there is no justice, there is no liberty. And justice is gone. From the highest levels of America, it has been bought and paid for by the elite. Many people ask the question, how could Director Comey come to this illogical conclusion? Who would have enough power to actually be able to threaten him? There are parties that could. Well, if we want to know what is behind the growing unrest in the world that is threatening the liberty of the United States and people everywhere, all we really have to do is follow the money. And we will see that the liberty of this country is being sold out for the globalist agenda. Now, we've mentioned George Soros, the man behind the curtain. Here's some news reports about him. This was a rather amazing headline, don't you think? How George Soros single-handedly created the European refugee crisis. Has that affected unrest in the world? Has that increased terrorism? Has that brought death and destruction to many people in the world? The money of George Soros and his friends is behind that. And this article proves that. And it is his organization, Open Society Foundations, that funded all of this. As a matter of fact, one reporter found in 2015 at the Greek island of Lesbos, which I found interesting, the migrant handbooks in Arabic that were being handed out to the migrants, and they basically said, welcome to the EU. Now, this was not from the EU, this was from George Soros, basically showing them how they could get welfare, get all kinds of benefits by going into the EU, promoting the migration to Europe. Here's some more that article says. George Soros is almost certainly a catalyst for much of the geopolitical turmoil now occurring. He is intent on destroying national borders and creating a global governance structure with unlimited powers. Do you wonder why we have an open border on our southern border in America, even though terrorism is a major threat and concern? Do you think the fact that that's what George Soros wants could have anything to do with that? Soros sees himself as a missionary carrying out the globalist agenda. He uses his vast political connections to influence government policy and create crisis, both economic and social, to further this agenda. Basically, what happens with George Soros is he bets on the failure of not only companies, but also countries. And then he makes it happen. And then he gets super wealthy from it. So he is a parasite on the world. And he's spreading chaos around the world, getting rich on it, and stealing the liberty of the people and pushing the globalist agenda. Soros funded opposition groups during the so-called Arab Spring revolutions. Do you think people eking out a living in the countries of the Middle East could afford to travel into the big city centers and have demonstrations and challenge the government? Do you think that just happened by itself? That's what the media wanted people to believe, but it could only happen because this all got coked up with money from the globalists and a lot of training too, by the way, from globalist organizations. The Ukraine. Again, something we think, okay, that's just something that happened. No, this was all coked up by George Soros. Billionaire financier George Soros was behind the Ukrainian uprising. He himself admits it. And he applauds the uprising against the Ukrainian police. That's what you see over and over again in these countries where George Soros has been at work, is he instigates groups within the countries against the police, the local police, to cause chaos and to overthrow those countries. He's figured it out. He knows. It's the local police officer that is really holding back the tide. It's the local police officer in every country that is actually dealing with the problems of that country on a personal basis with the people. If he can overturn the local police officer in any country, he can create revolution. And he's done it over and over again. What about Poland? What about Israel and the Palestinians? The fingerprints of George Soros are all over it. These are just some articles I was able to find. What is he doing that none of us know about? Chances are, if there is unrest, he's involved. He uses anarchy to unhinge liberty and to make himself super wealthy in the process and to create a globalist government. It's very interesting that in 2012, George Soros predicted class warfare in America. He said that it was likely for riots to occur in America that could bring a society where individual liberty is much more constrained. And that is what's going to happen, isn't it? As there's more chaos on the streets where police themselves feel under fire, what is going to happen to individual liberty? It will be more suppressed. That is what will happen. He knows it. And he told us in advance. How could he do that? He could do that because he's helped to pay the bill to make it happen. Ferguson, he funded those protests, $33 million. You know, that'll buy a lot of broken windows, a lot of Molotov cocktails, a lot of looting and destruction. His Open Society Foundation was behind much of that. The Baltimore riots, a product of the Soros machine. George Soros has been heavily involved in the social unrest and movement-wrecking activity that has taken place all across the United States in recent months. From Florida to Ferguson and now Baltimore, George Soros foundations have been involved. What he's been doing in America is the same thing he did in the Ukraine, the same thing he did in the Arab Spring and other countries around the world. Just as he sought to collapse those countries, he's seeking to do the same thing to the United States of America. And he's doing it with the blessing of the elite and even establishment figures whom he is funding. Politico magazine reported major donors consider funding Black Lives Matter. All of this was stoked up by George Soros. A meeting of super wealthy elites with leaders of the Black Lives Matter group. This happened last year in 2015. And they formed a club. These people, these wealthy people, they formed a club. Not only to give insane amounts of money to Black Lives Matter, but it says here, the club and some of its members also are considering ways to funnel support directly to scrappier local groups that have utilized confrontational tactics. Confrontational tactics is a more acceptable term for the word violence. Here's another one. Black Lives Matter, Ferguson activists were paid with Soros money to protest. So here we are, months later. Exactly when the country is outraged over the lack of justice and liberty in the case of Hillary Clinton. Thinking about that, thinking about what it means, we have this happen. The Black Power shooter shooting 12 police officers in Dallas, 5 of them killed. We're seeing attacks on police officers all over the country, following the pattern as to what has happened with George Soros and the globalists in other countries where countries have been taken down. Just recently, this is the front page of the Drudge Report. It looks like war, doesn't it? Cops targeted across America Riot watch issued for Louisiana. Panthers target pigs. Hate group urges gangs to kill. Lynch to protesters, don't be discouraged. Now, isn't that amazing? Here's a representative of the current administration in the midst of all of this, basically telling the protesters, keep going with this. And Hillary Clinton calls on whites to change their ways, like she has a right to judge the citizens of America with the things she's done. So here we have unrest in America, and probably worse than that. And in the days leading up to this discussion, what has been going on? Protests. Violent protests. Not the kind of protests like Martin Luther King, that were non-violent protests, where he told the people not to be violent, and where they were protesting visible kinds of discrimination. No, in this case, it's indiscriminate. Officers murdered without even knowing who they are or what they've done. In this case, protesters using fireworks, throwing Molotov cocktails, causing destruction, so that hundreds had to be arrested in various places across the country. Let's not blame them. They're being used. They're being coked up. They're being lied to. And they only represent a small part of their community. Let's look at who's really causing this. These are the people we should be concerned with. George Soros and the elite, who are cooking all of this up to steal the liberty away from the United States of America. I put together a little video about some of these events, which I want to share.
To use that in this type of situation.
Again, you'll have to ask the Dallas Police Department about that.
But do you see that kind of remaking any of the guidelines for that type
Dynamic
of
situations in the one that you saw in Dallas are creative, and they have to be dealt with in a creative way.
What was your message to your...
I can't hear you.
What was your message to your officers this morning?
That's between myself and my officers.
There's a vigil coming up this Sunday at San Jacinto Plaza. Does the department have any special plans on...
I'm not revealing that information.
Are you aware of the vigil
Yes,
at San
we
Jacinto
are.
Plaza?
What do you have to say to people who will be protesting out there on Sunday, Black Lives Matters people? What do you have to say to them?
Black Lives Matter, as far as I'm concerned, is a radical hate group. And for that purpose alone, I think the leadership of this country needs to look a little bit harder at that particular group. The consequences of what we saw in Dallas is due to their efforts. Any other question?
Join us right now, somebody we call on at times like this, Milwaukee County Sheriff David Clark. Good morning to you, Sheriff.
Good morning.
What are the emotions that you feel waking up this morning, and where are we at in society? Are we experiencing a war on cops?
Yeah, thanks. You know, I said that now going on almost 2 years ago that war had been declared on the American police officer. Probably said it on your program after the two of New York's finest were gunned down in their cruiser by an individual who claimed to be making amends for Mike Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. Some people thought that that was a little over the top, and I said war had been declared. War had been declared, but the American police officer knows it has. This is just another ugly chapter in that war.
David, you're obviously looking at, as the sheriff of Milwaukee County, you're looking at these types of situations, a coordinated attack, clearly. Waiting on some sort of mass gathering, you know, coordinated, waiting on a mass gathering of individuals, waiting to gun down police. How can you prepare for something like that? And do you think that we're going to see more of these types of attacks?
Well, I would hope not, but you can't prepare for an ambush like that. We've seen law enforcement officers ambush. One happened not too long ago in Houston. We were just filling up his cruiser with gasoline, and then, like I said, the ones in NYPD. and those aren't the only three, but you can't prepare for that ambush. I mean, we understand the dangers inherent in this sort of work, but when somebody's going to set you up to ambush you, there's really not much you can do.
Let me ask you this. What does it say, though, given the fact that one of the fellow who was cornered and shot himself rather than be taken alive said the end is coming and he's going to try to hurt as many cops as he possibly can?
I don't know what you say to some stupid comment like that. He probably did society a benefit by ending it the way that he did. But going back to President Obama, it's kind of interesting that he said the facts aren't in. He usually is popping off at the mouth before he's been briefed or before he knows any of the facts. You know, like he did yesterday without any foundation. He talked about racism and disparate treatment and people of color, all this nonsense. Like I said, he's armed with powerful words, and he uses those words irresponsibly. It fuels this sort of anger toward the American police officer, and I wish he'd knock it off. Yesterday, what we got from President Obama was, and this is, you know, there's some aspects, this is the right thing to do. He said, my thoughts and prayers are with the families of the two people who were caught in those tragic situations in Louisiana and Minnesota. But he says nothing today. He's waiting for facts to emerge. He says nothing about condolences, and he won't visit or call any of those families either.
Yeah.
What happened last night was the worst attack on law enforcement since September 11.
Yeah.
The people of Dallas should not feel guilty about it. It could have happened anyplace else in America. Police officers in this country feel they have a target on their back. And they felt that way for over a year now. Police officers Ramos and Liu, who were assassinated on purpose.
In New York City, yeah.
Yeah. And this man made his motives clear. He was killing them. I'm just reading from the police commissioner. He wanted to kill officers. And he expressed killing white people. He expressed killing white officers. He expressed anger for Black Lives Matter. None of that makes sense, said Chief Brown.
There's something bigger behind this. There is an agenda behind it. Here's something I added to my slides just before this presentation tonight from the Dallas Morning News. There was a viral post by the Fort Worth Police Officers Association that said Black Lives Matter kills cops. And among other things, the Dallas Morning News says this Police Officers Association posted as proof something from a Facebook listing from something called Black Lives Matter Dallas, Texas chapter. And it starts out saying, "Good morning. In lieu of last night's murders of the 5 Dallas, Texas officers, it is what is, justified." And it goes on to say that these killings were justified. Where is this all going to end up? Other countries where this has been done, where this has been incited, it has ended up in overturning those countries. It could be, and likely will be, the end of liberty in America. Here's the plan. It's been the plan for quite a long time. They've been working on it. Collapse America into the United Nations. Finally form that one world government out in the open. The United States, from its manner of inception, is different than the other countries of the world. Having been based on liberty from our Creator. To have a one world government, that's got to be done away with. And that's what this is all about. You know, when you look at the news and you see all of these things happening, You see things about trade, you see things about commerce, jobs leaving the country, the middle class shrinking, violent uprisings, people shooting police, and on and on. You wonder, what is this all about? Does this have any common thread? I shared with you what that common thread is in the Daniel seminar. The common thread is this push, this move towards a global government. This is now well underway. And this is why, for the elite, liberty must be destroyed in America. That will happen. I wish I could tell you that at this point in time, we could turn this around. Because it's heartbreaking to see these things happening. You know, just to see what happened with those officers who were shot in Dallas. Read the reports of their families. Read the reports of all the people that they helped who are heartbroken over this. Seeing all of this chaos across the country that's going to get worse and worse. It's heartbreaking to even think about the human cost of all of this, the misery that this is bringing about, and of course, where this has to end up with the loss of liberty, what remains of it in America. So I don't want to say this is what's going to happen. I also know that there are many good people in America, fine people, God-fearing people. And we all need to pray for them. But the truth is, there are not enough. There are too many ignorant people in America who don't know the history, who haven't taken time to know what the truth is, who can easily be pawns of the elite and the push to globalism. We know what the times are from the scriptures. We know this is the final generation. And so we know from Bible prophecy that the plan is going to succeed. Where this is going to end up, according to the scriptures, is here. A one-world government without God, without liberty, can form or die. That's the world that is descending right now. What are we to do in the face of this impending threat? Friends, we have to be like those first Americans. We have to put our trust in our Creator. We have to believe in Him. We have to believe in His Word. We need, more than ever before, to conform our lives according to His thinking, according to what He says. We need to draw close to Him. We need to look at our priorities. We need to keep our families strong in Him. And as we see this growing unrest, it would be wise if we continue to become as free as we can be. Don't get yourself in unnecessary debt. Try to get free of debt. Get as close as you can to other like-minded believers, because you're going to need one another as these things unfold. And get ready for the second Exodus, because the nations of this world, the Gentile nations of this world, they're going to be left without anything of any reality to cling to. And Yeshua Messiah talked about it. He talked about the house built on the rock and the house built on the sand. What happened when the storm came? Well, just imagine a global government built on the sand. These nations, these Gentile nations, they're going to be shaken. And it's going to be no place you want to live. Prepare now, because escape is still possible in the remnant exodus. Our Father has promised us He will make a place of safety for His people. And there will be a second exodus, this time not just from one nation, but from all the Gentile nations. And all of those who belong to Him will be drawn together according to these same principles of liberty found in the Scriptures with the Lord of Lords and King of Kings as our King. And He's even now working to pull us together, to draw us together, to make us ready. Pay attention to that in your heart. Speak to Him about it. Come up with your agenda of what you need to do to be ready. Ask Him about it. He's going to help you. This second Exodus is going to be a triumph of liberty. At the very time when liberty is being blotted out around the world, Yahweh is preparing a place of liberty and freedom and deliverance for His people. Friends, we don't have to be afraid of the things that are coming upon this world, because already our Father in heaven is working at making a place. Let's just put Him first. Let's do His will. And let's prepare ourselves for the remnant exodus. Thanks for listening. The global economy is teetering. World affairs are in a shambles. Unprecedented changes are in the works. The biblical signs of the last days are indeed upon us, meaning that global disaster is imminent. Yet, escape is possible. That's what this Remnant Exodus seminar is all about. Escape. Explaining the threat, exposing the lies, and pointing out the only way of escape from the impending doom. This Remnant Exodus seminar includes 7 power-packed video presentations, each one about an hour to an hour and a half in length. These presentations are based on the Scriptures, both Old Testament and New Testament, on current events, and on documented history. Each video builds on those before it. The Remnant Exodus Seminar is designed to easily go through this information step by step with slides and illustrations to guide you each step of the way. Prepare for assumptions of the past to be challenged, giving you important new information to help guide your way. There are no gimmicks here, no manipulation, no lies. We know that your life is literally on the line. So documentation is provided for the facts in this presentation for you to check out for yourself. Consider all of the evidence, and then you be the judge. Here is a short outline of what's included in these videos. The first video is entitled Escape the Mark. The mark of the beast of Revelation is coming. You need to escape before that happens. Video 2 is entitled The War on Cash. We're quickly moving toward a cashless world. This will bring in the mark. Video number 3 is entitled No Rapture, No Escape. The pre-trib rapture is a fatally flawed doctrine based on assumptions that do not agree with the facts of history. Find out how the facts about the early believers change everything you may have been told. A pre-trib rapture does not offer a way of escape. I would add that the history that is presented in this particular video is absolutely eye-opening and an entirely different paradigm than what you have ever heard. Video number 4 is entitled The Great Judaic Schism. The influence of rabbinical Judaism on the world has been far-reaching, more far-reaching, in fact, than most of us realize. Revisiting the history of first-century Judaic sects is eye-opening for Jews, Christians, and Messianics, since all three groups are directly affected by this information. Video 5 is entitled The Christian Church Did Not Exist Before 135 AD. Yes, for hundreds of years, Christians have been told that the Christian Church began at Pentecost, as allegedly reported in the book of Acts. Yet, based on easily proven facts, many Christian scholars know this is not true. The Christian Church did not exist before 135 AD, a fact with huge ramifications when looking for a way of escape. Video 6 is entitled Into Babylon. History clearly shows that both rabbinical Judaism and Christianity started on the path into Babylon in the 2nd century AD. This has set up people from both of these groups for disaster when Babylon the Great of Revelation 17 and 18 soon meets its end. Yes, this is a shocking claim. That's why you need to take in this seminar. The final video, video number 7, is entitled Remnant Exodus. The remnant is one of the most well-established teachings of Scripture, yet probably is also the most neglected. Here you will learn who the remnant are and how the remnant exodus offers the only way of escape. Perhaps most importantly, it will finally become clear how you can escape as part of this group. We have the question, will nationalism trump globalism? You know, there's a lot of excitement right now. A lot of people who are not big fans of globalism are kind of getting excited. and they're talking about the globalists finally being defeated, and we're going to get rid of that globalism, and we're going to have a nationalistic resurgence. Well, the question is this really going to happen? Is nationalism going to trump globalism? Are we seeing the end of globalism? And what does this have to do with the scriptures? Well, of course, the big thing that happened this last week was the Brexit referendum of the UK voting to leave the European Union. Now, here are the final results. About 52% of the voters chose to leave, over 48% that chose to remain. So as you can see, although those who voted leave were in the majority, it's not a big majority. It's not even 5% difference. But nevertheless, it's enough. It's enough in order for the UK to leave the EU. And there was a big celebration for those that wanted out of the EU. There was celebration in the streets from those people. Nigel Farage, I love his name. You know, what a clever guy. I don't know if you've ever got a chance to listen to him talking about the EU, but he's very witty in his opposition to it, been opposed to it for a long time. He said that this vote was a victory for ordinary people, and he called it an Independence Day. And he said, we've got our country back thanks to all of you, meaning all of those that voted to leave the EU. And they weren't the only ones celebrating. There were what were called far-right groups. You might call them simply reasonable groups in places across Europe who saw this as the beginning of a wave of exits from the EU and celebrating this event. They call it Brexit fever. France, Italy, Netherlands, Denmark, and perhaps more countries are seeking a vote on leaving the EU. So this is a pretty major thing that's going on in Europe. There's quite a lot of nationalist sentiment. But in America, we've got something very similar going on. In fact, the rhetoric is very similar for Brexit, as we hear from Donald Trump here in America. He also celebrated the Brexit vote, saying that the people in the UK have voted to reassert control over their own politics, borders, and economy. And he said that come November, the American people will have the chance to reject today's rule by the global elite. And that's what Donald Trump sees this about, rejecting the rulership of the global elite and taking the rulership back by the people. And amazingly, there's somebody that agrees with him that you wouldn't expect. This guy. President Obama. You'd never expect him to be agreeing with Donald Trump on anything, would you? But he said, I do think that yesterday's vote speaks to the ongoing changes and challenges that are raised by globalism. So they seem to agree that globalism is really the central thing that is driving this nationalistic move. So we wonder, what is it about globalism that's causing that? Why is this nationalistic backlash against globalism happening, and especially happening now? Well, I find it interesting that some of the very things that I've been talking about in various messages are now coming to the fore once again as really a catalyst for these latest events. For example, this cartoon illustrates for us a trend that we've been following, a trend of the super rich, and how so much of the wealth is flowing upward to the super rich. It's represented here as a pie. The wealthy are getting the pie, the middle class get one piece out of the whole pie, and the poor get a few berries. And that's about how it's working. We have looked at the figures in the past, and it's astounding. As a matter of fact, we found that less than 80 individuals have more wealth than half of the world population. So really, the picture is no exaggeration. And of course, with so much wealth going to so few people, pushback against that is inevitable at some point. Well, there's another issue that has pushed this over the tipping point, and that is the migrant chaos in Europe. This has just been a nightmare throughout Europe, including in the United Kingdom. It's brought along with it incredible, absolutely incredible chaos to the people. It's brought crime with it and just causing unrest across Europe. Along with the problems of so many migrants, there's also this problem, Islamic violence. And we've been seeing it. We've been seeing terrorist incidents across Europe, in Brussels, in France. We've seen some of it jump the pond and come over here to the United States as well. And while the ruling class continues to tell us, don't be prejudiced against the Muslims, the working class is thinking, we don't want these people killing us. We don't want them abusing our women, which a lot of that is happening. So this has been a very emotional impetus towards this nationalistic movement and against globalism. Then there's just the fact that the corporate elite seem to have a free pass. That the working class people, they pay all the bills, all the rules apply to them, while the corporate elite actually own and control the politicians. They get everything they want, everything is for them, and a lot of people are just fed up with that. So when you look at all of this, and you can see that some move against globalism is justified on the part of the people. Have we finally had it with globalism? Is globalism over now? Actually, no. This nationalistic move actually brings us even closer to world government than we've ever been. Now, you might think, that sounds strange. However, maybe you're not thinking about the Hegelian dialectic. You know, we go through this all the time. Left, right, left, right. We get a president on the right, pushes through all the agenda of the conservatives. Then we get a president on the left who pushes through their social agenda. Everybody gets sick of that. Goes back to the right again. And on we have gone. And with each step, we find ourselves getting closer to world government. And it seems like whether the left or the right is in control, globalism keeps growing. That is what has been happening. This is because this Hegelian dialectic is the elite's framework for guiding our thoughts and our actions into conflicts that lead us to a predetermined solution. What happens is there's a thesis. That's the big idea, the thesis. And a lot of people are for it, they push it forward. But then there's opposition that forms against that idea. And that opposition pushes back, bringing things to a new position called a synthesis between the two positions. And it actually moves ahead the thesis. That's what happens. It's like taking 3 steps forward and 1 step back. And then 3 more steps forward and 1 step back. That's kind of how it works, so that the net movement is forward. Take a look at this as an example. This is how Hegelian dialectic control operates. There's the idea that gets put out there. Now realize the elite control the media. They own it, okay? All of the highly paid news figures you see on TV, who is paying their salary? It's the owners, the globalist elite that pays their salary. So the message that comes through in the media is controlled by the globalists. And then, of course, we have the political arena. And we vote people in and out of office. So we think. But what we have seen is that the votes of the people are not what actually controls what the politicians do. It's the support they get. It's the big donors that donate to their campaigns. Those donations make them rich, but they owe those people that are supporting them. So the global elite own the politicians and the political machinery. So if they own the media and they own the whole political apparatus, they are the ones that can control the dialectic. In other words, the conversation. They can frame the conversation the way they want it in order to move things forward according to their goals. So that's what they do. And all of a sudden, you'll notice in the media, everything is about a certain topic. And that's what gets put forward. But then there's always an argument on the other side. And that is framed against what is initially put forward. And then out of that comes something new. And that keeps happening over and over and over again. And that has brought us from a situation, for instance, just looking at one area, the social area, okay? That has brought us from a place where in this country, deviant sexual behavior, for example, was against the law in every state. Now the people that practice that kind of behavior actually have special rights in our country. How could that happen? The answer is the Hegelian dialectic is how that could happen. There's so many other areas we could look at where they have accomplished this same thing using this method. And what this process is about is bringing the whole world forward to the ultimate goal of the globalists, and that is global government. That's where they want to take us, because when they get us in one global government, then they totally have control of us. And then they don't just have to persuade us anymore like they do now. Then they can just control our lives. And it's going to be so much easier for them. So this is what they want to have happen. And this is what the Hegelian dialectic is really all about. And look at how far they brought that already. Well, Marine Le Pen says it's no longer left versus right, but nationalism versus globalism. When you look at this in terms of the Hegelian dialectic, what is this telling you? It's not left against right anymore. We're past that now. That's what it's been for decades, right? For many decades. Now we're past that. Take Donald Trump, for example. Even the evangelical Christians favor him. And yet, as far as the social issues, he really is closer to the left than he is to the right. But that's not the big issue right now, is it? The thing about Donald Trump is he stands for nationalism. And really the others all stand for globalism. We have here some of the differences between nationalism and globalism. Nationalism exerts controlled borders. To have a country, you've got to control who comes in and out of your country. Globalism says no borders. People should just be able to go wherever they want. Nationalism says controlled trade borders. Now, the buzz term for the globalists is free trade. They want no trade borders. In other words, free trade. The reason for this is the supranational corporations don't want to have to stay in a country like America, where the wages are higher and where it costs them more. They want to just be able to cross any border, go wherever it's cheapest for them to produce things, even if they leave lots and lots of their workers behind without jobs. So that favors the globalists. But they have this ideology about free trade. A lot of people buy into that who are not globalists. They just believe what they're told. Donald Trump, for example, he says, we're done with that. We have to have controlled trade borders. We have to have good deals in order to protect our country. Nationalism says what's best is distinct nation states. Countries should have their own identity. They should have control over their own country, their own nation. Globalists say what's best. We have one world, so what we need is one super state to govern it all. The nationalists then say, yes, but each country has its unique culture. And that's tradition of each country, and that should be preserved for the people. But the globalists say, that's all the past. Now we're moving into a time where there's going to be one big global culture. Everybody has to blend into that. The world monoculture. These are the two ideas, nationalism and globalism. And these now are the opposing thesis and antithesis. No longer left and right. No longer liberalism and conservatism. Now nationalism and globalism have taken over. That shows you how far the Hegelian dialectic has actually progressed. We've had a lot of progress for the globalists in the things they want. Things like the EU, bringing all of Europe under one control that's not democratic. For instance, with the recent migrant crisis, individual countries are not able to make a choice for their country whether they want to have more migrants. Under the EU, they all just have to accept them. NAFTA, where in America, a lot of the industry has moved south into Mexico. All tariffs and so on have been removed, and a lot of jobs have moved south as well. And globalist trade deals, all kinds of globalist trade deals that have taken jobs away from the West, the United States, away from the EU, away from the UK, to other countries. And what happens here is the technology that has been developed in the West, the wealth that has been developed in the West, is simply taken without anybody paying for that, nobody paying anything to those countries for that, just taking it off to another country where it can be utilized for the globalists to make a lot more money. So they have used all of these things and many more in order to become even more wealthy. This, of course, has brought about this popular nationalist backlash, Brexit, Trump, and this whole wave now of nationalism. It's all because of these excesses of globalism. So what is going to happen now that there seems to be this rise of nationalism coming along? Well, here's what you can expect. The nationalists are going to become the villains. That's what's going to happen. And once again, the thesis develops the antithesis, and then the synthesis will come out of that. So how do we move things beyond nationalism to the goals of the globalists? That's what some of them are thinking. Here we can be sure they'll turn to people like David Rockefeller, who has said all we need is the right major crisis and the nations will accept the New World Order. You see, if they put on enough pressure on the world and they can blame it on the nationalists, the world will turn the other way. And it will turn the other way with a vengeance. So already, as soon as this happened, a narrative has started to come forth. For instance, we see this article, Britain turns its back on Europe. Those Brits are traitors, aren't they? Immoral. They've turned their back on Europe. Isn't that what that's telling you? Is that what they were doing, turning their back on Europe? I don't think so. But that's the message they want to send. And what they really are doing is looking for more freedom, more control over their lives. But that's not what you read in the papers. In the papers, they've turned their back on Europe. And then we had this section in this article, key developments from the Brexit vote. They're all bad. They're all bad, okay? They lose their prime minister, David Cameron. What a nice guy he is, too. Huh? There's likely to be another referendum in Scotland on whether they want to stay in the UK. So the UK is now going to break up because of this, we're told. Their money has already plunged to a 30-year low. That has happened. The stock market had huge sell-offs almost immediately from this Brexit vote. Banks have been affected. And the EU, unhappy with this vote, is saying, get out. And of course, we have other countries now that are thinking about following suit. And this too is seen as something bad that these evil Brits did by voting against staying in the EU. The EU Parliament leader, he says, we want Britain out as soon as possible. Now realize Britain has been the number 2 economy in the EU. They have invested billions of dollars, the equivalent of billions of dollars, into the European Union, and they are going to continue to be paying that, even though they had this vote. But despite everything that they've done for the EU is saying, get the heck out of here. We don't want you here. And here's what the EU Parliament leader said. The EU is the world's biggest single market, and Britain has just cut its ties with that market. That'll have consequences, and I don't believe other countries will be encouraged to follow that dangerous path. What is he saying? He's saying, we're going to punish Britain. And we're going to punish Britain so bad that no other country is going to want to do what Britain has done. Do you think that's just idle talk? I don't think it is. Then we read articles like this. Brexit. Is this like the 2008 financial crisis? You know, a financial crisis has been looming. It is inevitable. We've talked about that too. I've shown you the facts. And this has just been waiting. Now the globalists can pin it on the nationalists instead of taking responsibility for the fact they caused it. So all of this financial trouble that is about to fall on the world has started falling on the world. It's all going to be blamed on the nationalists. It's not just in Britain. In the US, stocks immediately started dropping, and we're told the UK is on the brink of a recession because of this vote. In the UK, they've been writing about the consequences of what's going to happen, and we're told that many people in the UK that read this are shocked that all of these results are going to happen. Now, we've already seen the vote won by less than 5%. Do you think all of this negativity that has been coming out already, that's going to be backed up with actions by the globalists, can move public opinion 5%? Do you think they could move it a lot more than 5%? So, really, this nationalist move is not very solid, is it? And when things move the other way, what happens then? The next time someone wants to make a nationalist move, what do all their friends tell them? Well, we tried that and it failed. And it kills the whole thing before it even gets started. That's very, very possible to happen. Here in the United States, we have the matter of Donald Trump and everything that he is promising to do for the country, promoting nationalism. His opponent says Trump would drive the U.S. economy into a recession. What do you think the globalists have in mind, friends? It's very possible what they're thinking is, if these nationalists don't back off, we're going to bring the world into a recession. That's very likely what you're going to see happen in order to put pressure on the people to conform to the globalist ideals. Now, while you're getting these scare tactics and threats, you're also getting something else. The New York Post, power to the people. Well, this is not celebrating the nationalist resurgence, even though it looks like it on the cover. It looks like that on the cover, so you pick up the magazine and read it. When you actually get inside it, once again, it's a gloomy picture for Brexit. And what they're saying is, okay, you can avoid all of these bad consequences. What we could do here is reform globalism, reform the EU with something called reformed globalization. What you're looking at is the Hegelian dialectic, right? Globalism, they call it protectionism here. It's nationalism, right? They have changed it. It's protectionism. So, globalism, protectionism, and now the synthesis, reformed globalism. Gee, we didn't understand we were hurting all you people so bad. Let us just fix it, and everything will be fine. Here's a good example, George Soros. Globalist billionaire. This is what he said. Admittedly, the EU is a flawed construction. They just figured that out now. Okay? You know, a week ago, George Soros would not say that about the EU, at least publicly. Now he's saying that. And then he says, after Brexit, all of us who believe in the values and principles that the EU is designed to uphold must band together to save it by thoroughly reconstructing it. We're going to fix all the bad stuff in the EU. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make it better. All those things that were bothering all you people, don't worry about that now. We're going to fix all those things. He says, I'm convinced that as the consequences of Brexit unfold in the weeks and months ahead, more and more people will join us. Is that not a veiled threat? He's saying, we're going to punish you for leaving the EU, and you're going to change your mind. You're going to think, like I think, that simply restructuring the EU is really what we need to do. That's what he's saying. I think that pretty well represents the mindset of the globalists. Now, you might think it's too late because they already had the Brexit vote. However, the same day or the next day, people came out, influential figures in the UK, saying, we need a second referendum. In fact, over 1 million people have already signed on for a second referendum. Where is that all going to go? Well, we don't know for sure, but I can tell you where it's not going to go. The world is not now going to swing back over to nationalism. You know, you have all these people celebrating that. They think that's what's going to happen. That's not what's going to happen. Because the nationalists are not the ones that control the world's wealth. They are not the ones that have the real power. It's the globalists that do. And they know how to use the carrot and the stick. They've been using it for a very long time. As you can see, they're already out there with their carrot, with their stick. They're beating on all the nationalists while they're holding out the carrot in front of them. You'll get that and we'll stop beating you if you just do what we tell you. That's where it's all going. And it's very predictable that this method is going to get the people back in line. How long will that take? Maybe not long, maybe longer than we might think. But either way, it will happen. They will get the world back in line with the globalist agenda. And If the nationalists aren't malleable enough, then it could be a painful time coming up for everybody. Just so the whole world will blame those nationalists and they'll change their mind about things and get back in line with the globalists. Because remember, all the nations of the world signed on to Agenda 2030 with the United Nations. They have already committed, including Britain, by the way. The fact they have backed out of the EU doesn't change the fact they have signed Agenda 2030, which gives the United Nations control over all the world's resources by 2030. In other words, a global government. That's not undone at all. And what about all the rest of the gains that globalists have made over the last decade or so? What about the social changes that have happened? Do the nationalists really even care about that? For instance, here in America, do you think Donald Trump is going to roll back same-sex marriage? How about abortion? Is he going to roll that back? I don't think so. See, a great deal that the globalists have accomplished already is pretty well set in stone at this point, and it's not going to be undone. So, the net effect of all of this is that it is actually moving the globalist agenda forward. There was bound to be pushback against the globalists. They knew that would happen at some point. You can be sure they were ready for that. And now that it's happened, they're going to deal with it. And when they get done with dealing with it, where are we going to be at? We're going to be at the place where the world is ready for global government. That's ahead of us. This has brought us closer to that goal. That battle can be fought, and then the world will be brought to that place of global government. We know from Scripture, global government is coming. The beast is rising out of the sea. Revelation 13 tells us he's given authority over every tribe, people, language, and nation. What is that? Global government. All who dwell on the earth will worship him. What is that? Global government. This is something that must happen, and really, we're getting closer than ever to that happening. But I want to remind you, this is the part I like. You know, the truth is, globalism cannot deal with the world's problems. It cannot do all the things it promises. It cannot do away with poverty. It cannot certainly do away with sickness or death. And what about nationalism? Well, in the name of nationalism, governments of the earth have murdered millions of their own people. You know, this is the history of nationalism. And what about wars? World War I, World War II, wasn't that all about nationalism? Nationalism is no answer to the world's problems either. The kingdom is the answer. The kingdom is the only answer. And after we get past globalism, this is what happens. The Son of Man comes with the clouds of heaven. He's given dominion, glory, and the kingdom that all the peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. He gets to say what the final answer actually is. The Hegelian dialectic will be over because it's actually Yeshua Messiah that trumps both nationalism and globalism. This is the future. So you know what? This is what we're signed up for here. And I have to tell you the truth. I have some sympathy for the nationalists. They're hurting, as we all are, from what the globalists have done. And the truth about them, though, is they don't know the real answer. Many of them would get on board with us if they really understood that nationalism is not the answer either. I think the better we understand what is really going on, and we see this for what this is really all about, that this is the movement of the Hegelian dialectic. It's the globalists moving society closer to globalism. If they can understand that as we can understand that, then we can realize throwing ourselves behind nationalism is not going to bring us to the place that any of us want to be. Where we're at right now, we have a golden opportunity right now because the world is so caught up with these issues, they really don't care a great deal about us. And it leaves us free. You know, it leaves us free to do the work of our Father. It leaves us free to put forth the truth about the kingdom. It leaves us free to fish out whoever will come and be saved from this crooked generation. So really, when I look at all of this, I see an opportunity here for us. And let's make the most of this opportunity. Friends, do everything you can, because when we get past this whole discussion in the world, when we finally get under the globalism that's coming, the world is going to turn into an absolute living hell. Now, we have lots of problems right now in the world, but what we're going to look at that time is beyond the imagination. It's going to be literally the worst time that has ever occurred in human history. And people are so going to need to know what the truth is when that happens. We have an opportunity to tell them about that now, to help them to respond now, to find the remnant now. It's not nationalism, it's not globalism, it's the kingdom. We need to let the world know that is the answer. The global economy is teetering. World affairs are in a shambles. Unprecedented changes are in the works. The biblical signs of the last days are indeed upon us, meaning that global disaster is imminent. Yet, escape is possible. That's what this Remnant Exodus seminar is all about. Escape. Explaining the threat, exposing the lies, and pointing out the only way of escape from the impending doom. This Remnant Exodus seminar includes 7 power-packed video presentations, each one about an hour to an hour and a half in length. These presentations are based on the scriptures, both Old Testament and New Testament, on current events, and on documented history. Each video builds on those before it. The Remnant Exodus seminar is designed to easily go through this information step by step with slides and illustrations to guide you each step of the way. Prepare for assumptions of the past to be challenged, giving you important new information to help guide your way. There are no gimmicks here, no manipulation, no lies. We know that your life is literally on the line. So documentation is provided for the facts in this presentation for you to check out for yourself. Consider all of the evidence, and then you be the judge. Here is a short outline of what's included in these videos. The first video is entitled Escape the Mark. The mark of the beast of Revelation is coming. You need to escape before that happens. Video 2 is entitled The War on Cash. We're quickly moving toward a cashless world. This will bring in the mark. Video number 3 is entitled No Rapture, No Escape. The pre-trib rapture is a fatally flawed doctrine based on assumptions that do not agree with the facts of history. Find out how the facts about the early believers change everything you may have been told. A pre-trib rapture does not offer a way of escape. I would add that the history that is presented in this particular video is absolutely eye-opening and an entirely different paradigm than what you have ever heard. Video number 4 is entitled The Great Judaic Schism. The influence of rabbinical Judaism on the world has been far-reaching, more far-reaching, in fact, than most of us realize. Revisiting the history of first-century Judaic sects is eye-opening for Jews, Christians, and Messianics, since all three groups are directly affected by this information. Video 5 is entitled The Christian Church Did Not Exist Before 135 AD. Yes, for hundreds of years, Christians have been told that the Christian Church began at Pentecost, as allegedly reported in the book of Acts. Yet, based on easily proven facts, many Christian scholars know this is not true. The Christian Church did not exist before 135 AD, a fact with huge ramifications when looking for a way of escape. Video 6 is entitled Into Babylon. History clearly shows that both rabbinical Judaism and Christianity started on the path into Babylon in the 2nd century AD. This has set up people from both of these groups for disaster when Babylon the Great of Revelation 17 and 18 soon meets its end. Yes, this is a shocking claim. That's why you need to take in this seminar. The final video, video number 7, is entitled Remnant Exodus. The remnant is one of the most well-established teachings of Scripture, yet probably is also the most neglected. Here you will learn who the remnant are and how the remnant exodus offers the only way of escape. Perhaps most importantly, it will finally become clear how you can escape as part of this group. Welcome. Our theme, the vulnerable world technocalypse. We're asking the question, is the world doomed by technology? No, this is not an advertisement for an old Schwarzenegger film. It's actually a very serious subject. As a matter of fact, this topic is being discussed and sliced and diced by some of the leading minds in the world. And in fact, that's going to be our starting point tonight. The University of Oxford, when you talk about educational institutions, you can't get any more serious than the University of Oxford. It goes back as far as 1096 and sometime before that. It is the oldest university in the English-speaking world and maybe the entire world. It is quite huge, as you can see. It has a huge budget. Last year, it had a total income of £2.45 billion and took in £624.8 million in research grants and contracts. So many of the world's elite businesses, governments, turn to the University of Oxford for enlightenment. Oxford has a wide range of notable alumni, including 23 prime ministers of the United Kingdom and many heads of state and governments around the world, 72 Nobel Prize laureates, and we could go on and on. You couldn't find, I don't believe, a place that is more prestigious in the academic world or better connected with the luminaries of the world system. This is Professor Nick Bostrom. He's a professor at Oxford University, and he's the director of something called Oxford Future of Humanity Institute. And he and his institute concern themselves with questions of world importance and actually existential questions about the world. And as you can see here in Wired magazine, it's highlighting Nick Bostrom and what he and his institute are doing with the theme, technology that could end humanity and how to stop it. Technology ending humanity is, in fact, what a technocalypse is. It's hard to say. Let's hope it's hard to happen. But Nick Bostrom doesn't think so. And he's thinking, and a lot of other pretty high-powered people are thinking, that we need to do something about this threat. Here's a paper that Nick Bostrom wrote as part of the work of his institute. It's called The Vulnerable World Hypothesis. This is what we're going to look at and discuss tonight, the Vulnerable World Hypothesis. And it's a fairly lengthy paper, but he has an illustration that he uses that kind of gets to the heart of what this is all about. It's this illustration of an urn. And not too long ago, a radio personality described this very well. So I have a video of that for you I'm going to share with you.
Are you familiar with the philosopher Nick Bostrom?
Yeah.
So Nick is a very unusual and very smart guy who focuses on questions of existential risk. And he recently wrote a paper, or at least I recently read this paper. I don't know when he wrote it, but I think it's recent, titled "The Vulnerable World Hypothesis." And what he imagines is, what he asks you to imagine is that we have an urn in front of us. He calls it the urn of invention. And the urn is filled with colored balls. And we have been reaching into this urn rather compulsively, lo these millennia, pulling out either white or gray balls. And the white balls are inventions, pieces of technology, memes, cultural norms, institutions that have no real downside, right? These just make our lives better. And the gray balls are inventions, and they're like that have benefits and costs, right? So, being able to split the atom is one, right? You can produce energy, but it can produce bombs and, waste when you produce energy. And so there are goods and harms that come from these inventions. What he asks us to consider is that there's a black ball, or perhaps many black balls, in the urn of invention, and we just haven't pulled one out yet. And a black ball is a technology which is synonymous with the end of civilization, right? And he goes into great detail about what sort of thing this might be and what we would need to do to stabilize civilization in the face of this possibility. And so, the first thing you're asked to acknowledge is that it seems rather plausible that there is a black ball or two in the urn of invention, right? There are things we could discover that we can't undiscover that could spell our doom, because it becomes so easy for one deranged person to destroy the lives of millions or billions. So, one example is that he calls it the easy nukes case. Just imagine if it were just a fact of nature that splitting the atom is much easier than it in fact is, and it turns out it only took taking two pieces of glass and a magnet and running some electric current through it, and then you've got an atom bomb, right? Now, if it were that easy to make an atom bomb, 1 in a million people would make one, more or less every day of the week, and we would just see cities going up in mushroom clouds, right? It would be the end of civilization if it were that easy to make an atom bomb. So we're just lucky that it's hard enough to refine the fuel, and to build bombs, certainly large bombs. If climate change were going to be much worse than it seems likely to be, if we were talking about a 20-degree centigrade rise in temperature over the course of the next 50 years, unless we got our act together, it just may in fact be the case that we can't get our act together in the face of that risk, and we're done for, right? So we're relying on luck in many, many places. But the punchline of this essay is that the only scenario whereby we can actually deal with this risk and respond to it should it come to pass. Should we have the time to realize that we have pulled a black ball from the urn, is to have what he calls a state of turnkey totalitarianism and hyper-technological surveillance, obviously enabled by some AI that we have not yet built, but he's imagining us surveilling one another at all times in as a reasonable way as possible, with the data anonymized in all the ways we would want it anonymized, but basically to deliver a system where we could intrude on your behavior very, very quickly, Minority Report style, where there's an AI at every moment of the day watching what you're doing with your hands, right? In a world that has pulled the black ball. If it is trivially easy for anyone in this room to weaponize the flu of 1918 because all the data is out and you've got something on your desktop that can do it, right? And we can't uninvent this thing, then we need to know what you're doing with your hands. So the net result of this essay, to suddenly make me open-minded to something which, if described in the absence of having considered the urn of invention and some of these examples, sounds like just the most dystopian horror show imaginable. A perfect surveillance and an ability to turn on totalitarianism at a moment's notice. How could that be at all desirable? It becomes at least potentially desirable if you grant that it may in fact be the only stable state for civilization in light of what we're currently doing. And what we're currently doing is just reaching into the urn and pulling things out as fast as we can without giving any thought really to what's going on.
Pretty scary, don't you think? On more than one level. When I came across this and realized where it was from, I was stunned, to tell you the truth. You know, it took Western civilization over 1,000 years to break free from the Dark Ages, to break free from totalitarianism. As a matter of fact, Oxford was still a university back then, during the Dark Ages. And it had a role in bringing us out of the Dark Ages. And so it is absolutely stunning to me that a suggestion could come out of Oxford University actually advocating for global totalitarianism on a level the world has never seen. Global totalitarianism where literally every single action you do is observed and can be instantly stopped. When I put a few other things into this mix, say for instance, Elon Musk's company, an invention, whereby people can have their brains directly connected to the internet. You're being watched all the time. You do something whoever's on the other end of that wire doesn't like. Boom. The lights go out. Is that really a solution? Well, we're going to talk about that a little bit more a little later, but we want to take this thing in order. So let's talk about this entire proposal, to be fair about it. So we have the white balls, first of all, in this illustration. And these are being drawn out of the urn. These, of course, are discoveries, inventions that are supposed to be totally beneficial. And myself, I question whether there are any inventions that are totally beneficial. Certainly, many things have been designed to be totally beneficial. But I've seen mankind be so creative in the way that they can use things to cause harm and destruction, I don't think really there's anything that can be invented by man that cannot also be harmful. So I think the white balls are more of a hypothetical idea than a reality in our world. So really, I think most of the balls are gray. And these are discoveries and inventions that are both harmful and beneficial. So some things directly are that way, and you can tell that right away. Like, for instance, knives. Knives are very useful. We cut up vegetables, do all kinds of good work with knives. When I was a kid, I used to carry a penknife in my pocket and used to whittle sticks with it. But people also do bad things with knives, don't they? So it's kind of in the gray area. Gunpowder, the same thing. You know, for a long time, and even today, people have used and do use gunpowder as a means of securing food for their family. Not a bad thing, but I don't have to tell you how otherwise gunpowder can be used that's not so good. Money. Money can be a good thing if it's used wisely, but the love of money is the root of all evil. Computers. I spend a good part of my day in front of a computer, and I hate it every minute. I don't hate what I'm doing, but I hate the computer. I feel like I'm fighting with it all the time, and I feel like I don't really own it. Do you know what I mean? My computer seems to be always wanting to tell me what to do instead of doing what I want it to do. So I kind of see my computer as in this gray area. I need to use it for beneficial purposes, but trust me, I'm not in love with it. Then we have the black balls. We hope there's not too many in there because they're catastrophic. As soon as they get pulled out of the urn, they have the potential of destruction of our world. Now, when I heard this illustration, I'm thinking there are some existing technologies that may already be catastrophic to our world, and it's just a matter of time. For instance, I'm sure you thought of this one. This comes immediately to mind, doesn't it? Global atomic destruction. It could happen very rapidly. It could be a cascade effect with many nations participating. And very soon, in a matter really of minutes, the whole world could be turned into a cinder. And according to the doomsday clock, we're only 100 seconds away on that clock from this happening out of the potential of 12 hours. That's very uncomfortable. But that's not the only technological threat that we're facing. It just is the most obvious one. There's really a lot more, and it's because of our vulnerable world, friends. In our vulnerable world, we are over-dependent on the system. You know, there was a time when every family had a family farm, and they were able to take care of themselves for the most part. That is a thing of the past for almost everybody. We are totally dependent on the system. We probably don't even know everything we're dependent on. Just in time, the just-in-time supply chain. You don't really think about that. You think you can just go to the supermarket and get what you want whenever you want. But the reason it works that way is because everything is planned to be shipped just in time. As long as the system's working, it's great. But what happens if the system goes down? What if it goes down for an extended period even? Then what are you going to eat? Once people can't eat, the world gets very ugly. So something as simple as the supply chain can be a big problem. We've had some disruptions lately in the supply chain, and thankfully it hasn't been with the staples we need to survive, but it has been enough of a reminder to us for us to realize that things like medical supplies and even the humble toilet paper is something we rely upon, but if the supply chain breaks down, you don't have it. Imagine if it's everything in the store. Electronic money. How much cash do you have in your pocket right now? Let's say there was a global disruption of electronic money. How long would it take before you literally could not survive? What about if you need a crisis response? Because let's face it, if you don't have what you need to survive and you're in a crisis, you need somebody to help you. What about those people in Louisiana, in Hurricane Katrina, that were trapped in the big stadium, thousands of them? Can you imagine that? What if that happened to a whole country, to the whole world? We are so dependent on the system. And of course, if you have a massive breakdown in the system and society reacts to that harshly, you could have a cascading effect of violence throughout the world that could literally destroy civilization. So system failure is a huge thing. Well, what could cause that? How about a global internet crash? Any system is literally impossible to rule out every conceivable threat. The nature of catastrophe is exactly that. You don't see it coming. I thought this was interesting that it has been studied that the average American relies on the successful operation of more than 250 computers every day. Every day. So just conducting your life, you are subject to 250 computers every day. Considering how I feel about my own computer, I'm not pleased with that. And of course, the majority of that is internet connections. This is our world today. If the internet crashes, it literally could lead to a catastrophic failure, not just of the internet, but of civilization. A stock market collapse can have major impact. It can be much worse than what we experienced in 2008. Much worse. It may get much worse. A satellite cascade. I'm thinking this is not something we think a lot about. But of course, our entire system today depends on satellites. Communications, electronic communications are absolutely vital to the survival and the everyday operation of our system. If you take the satellites out of the picture, then everything crashes and goes down. And this is something that can happen. The Union of Concerned Scientists, isn't that an interesting name, Union of Concerned Scientists? They would know what to be concerned about, I'm thinking. And they think we should be concerned about this. They say there are over 1,100 active satellites in orbit, with around 60% of them used for communications. And then an additional 2,500 inactive satellites circling the Earth too. So the possibility of this cascade getting started is very real. However, we're going to add to that because Elon Musk wants to put tens of thousands of satellites blanketing the Earth. And Jeff Bezos, he wants to put a whole bunch of them up there too. And a number of other billionaires also are planning this. So the number of satellites that are in orbit right now is going to be totally dwarfed by the number they have in mind. And one expert says the worst case is this: you launch all your satellites, you go bankrupt, and they all stay there. Then you have thousands of new satellites without a plan of getting them out of there, and you would have a Kessler type of syndrome. In other words, a cascade where they start bumping into each other and then, like dominoes, just taking them all out. That could happen. Power grid blackout. Well, we have these from time to time in different places, and they're never fun. People do die sometimes because of blackouts, because they don't have enough heat, or where they are is too hot and they don't have any cooling. A series of blackouts in India impacted 700 million people, 10% of the world. If you had a total blackout, that's a technocalypse. Oil and gas disruptions. The world is dependent on oil and gas. What we've got here is a disruption from COVID-19. You've got all of these tankers just anchored off the coast because there's such a glut of oil, there's nowhere to put it. Imagine the opposite scenario. You know, things can change in ways that we never could have imagined. This picture is one of those things. You know, I lived through the shortage of gas in the 70s. We had long lines waiting at the gas tank to get gas, and we were paying way too much for it. And when you've lived in that world and then you look at this picture, you think, whoa, things can really change. They can change really fast. They have changed really fast, haven't they? I always thought this was a very scary possibility. A water supply attack. This seems to be a favorite of TV shows and movies as well, because we're so vulnerable regarding water. We absolutely have to have it in order to live. Do you have a well? You might have a well where you live. Most of us don't now. We depend on that water company to pump that water to us all the time. What happens when that stops? What if there's a coordinated attack deliberately taking out the entire infrastructure? Well, that sounds pretty ridiculous if you had to send people all over the place to do it. But in the computer age, that's a whole different story. If you can get a computer virus into all these different systems, you totally can take down the entire system. And don't think it can't happen. Don't think it can't happen. There was an attack against Yahoo, and the attackers literally got a hold of half of this country's data of the people in the country. This is a huge problem. And let me say this too. We have quantum computing coming. Quantum computing works in an entirely different way. The encryption that we're all depending on to keep out the bad guys, quantum computing can break through that in seconds. As a matter of fact, it can go backwards into other things that you already have out there on the internet, things you've forgotten about that are under encryption, and obtain data and information that was never meant for anybody to have, but quantum computing opens all the doors. Big problem. And then, of course, we all hear about the rogue AI, right? Don't we have an interesting future coming up? Isn't technology such a great thing? At best, it's in the gray area, isn't it? At best. Yes, it does have some benefits, but the downside, just one time, could be a real killer. As a matter of fact, you know what? It is a real killer. Since 1970, we've lost 52% of the Earth's bird, mammal, fish, reptile, and amphibian population. Entire species are dying out at a rapid rate. What is the cause? Well, the people who are causing it don't want you to know what the cause is. And you know, they're the ones that fund all the studies and basically hold the reins of power. So they want to keep this in the gray area. Because if we found out about the chemicals that they're putting into the food and into our environment that ends up in the water, that ends up all through our environment. Things like plastics, GMOs, electromagnetic radiation. How about that? Can you imagine when we add, like, I don't know, 60,000 satellites all beaming microwave energy towards the Earth? How much worse that will be? Here's just one indication of how dangerous electromagnetic radiation is. There was a study done. The scientific journal Human Reproduction published a shocking finding in 2017. The bottom line, sperm count has halved in Western civilization since the 1970s. Sperm count has dropped by over half. And it's getting worse because guys are doing what you see in the picture. Everybody's carrying around a cell phone. And it's literally cooking men's sperm. And many men are becoming infertile because of carrying the cell phone around, let alone holding it to the side of your head, friends. Electromagnetic energy. It is very helpful in many ways, but it is very harmful in many ways as well. And the amount of electromagnetic energy that's being beamed out at this point in time is only going to get so much more than it is right now. Can you say 5G? Can you say Starlink? If the animals have already died off by 50% in the world, if we're literally becoming infertile as human beings, what does that tell you about the future of the world in this situation? To me, we're already in a black ball situation. It's just a matter of time. Then we have designer bugs. This is the new favorite because it's during this last decade that the ability to do this has been perfected. As this article points out, new tools from the field of synthetic biology could endow scientists with the frightening ability to design and manufacture maximally dangerous pathogens, leapfrogging natural selection. Leapfrogging nature is how I would put it. And it also says, no obvious physical or biological constraints preclude the construction of such potent biological weapons. According to biosecurity expert Piers Millett, if you're deliberately trying to create a pathogen that is deadly, spreads easily, and that we don't have appropriate public health measures to mitigate, then that thing you create is amongst the most dangerous things on the planet. I guess I should let you read it too. That's really scary because you know what that's saying to me? A year ago, we were warned. A year later, it happened. Humanity has drawn the black ball from the urn. At this point, we're all very fortunate, actually, because the bioweapon that was released into the world that brought the world to a halt isn't killing very many people in comparison to what could be happening. Now, I don't mean to minimize the deaths because they're horrible. But the truth is, to me, it looks more like a shot across the bow than the main event. Because it would be possible. The people who did this could do it. It would be possible to make a synthetic virus that was far more deadly, that would kill virtually everybody. That could happen. And we should be very concerned about this because this is something real. This is happening in our world right now. I can understand why they keep trying to put a lid on this to keep us from knowing that this is a synthetic virus. But if you dig, the information's out there. I have presented the information too. And there's no doubt that this was sliced and diced and put together for a specific purpose. This is the black ball, dealing with genetics, rearranging the building blocks of life. Why couldn't that destroy the world? And here is sort of a big category. The black ball could be the catastrophic technology we don't know about yet. You see, there could be other things that we don't know. And when they're discovered, they could be immediately catastrophic. Because that's where we're at, friends. That's where we've come to in the 21st century. Nobody is controlling these people. Nobody is stopping these people. They're doing whatever they think they can make a buck on. This is a very dangerous situation. This is a vulnerable world. And actually, this has been known for decades that the world is a vulnerable world and it's headed for trouble. I have a little video I want to share with you from 1972.
It's not some science fantasy effect from 2001. This electronic display, emanating from Australia's largest computer, is a picture of the condition, past, present and future of planet Earth. The program was originally devised by a scientist working from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Jay Forrester. It was developed under the auspices of the Club of Rome by an MIT research team to present a complex model of the world and what we humans are doing to it. The program, called World 1, doesn't pretend to be a precise forecast. What it does for the first time in man's history on the planet is to look at the world as one system. It shows that Earth cannot sustain present population and industrial growth for much more than a few decades. It shows that simply cleaning up our car exhausts and making some small effort to limit our families simply isn't enough. It's like an electronic guided tour of our global behavior since 1900 and where that behavior will lead us. Well, this is the printed version of what we've just seen on the television screen. And what looks at first to be just a maze of computer characteristics is really a system of very simple graphs which project what's going to happen to the planet over the next 150 years if we don't do something drastic to stop it. Down the left-hand side of the graph is the date, 1900, 1940, 1980, 2020, right down to 2060. Now, each of these lines of letters represents a curve showing some aspect of the condition of the planet. The further out this way they go, the greater that figure is. The further this way, the less. For example, P represents population. So here it is at 1900. And then it comes up to 1940, it starts to take off. Here we are at 1980, up to the turn of the century, and then it starts to peter off. Let's now have a look at this next curve, the Q curve, which is the quality of life. And this is represented by, for example, the amount of space people have, the amount of money they have to spend, the amount of food they have to eat. Now, it increases rapidly up to 1940, but from 1940 on, the quality of life diminishes. And here we are about the turn of the century, and we come up to the year 2020, and it's really come right back. More people, of course, means that you start to chew up your supply of natural resources. And this is this curve here, the N curve. And it shows that slowly but steadily, the pool of natural wealth in the world, natural resources, minerals, oil, and so on, is slowly but steadily diminishing. So this is the situation. As population increases, the quality of life decreases, and the supply of natural resources decreases. But have a look at this curve here. This is called the Z curve, and it represents pollution. Now, predictably enough, as the population increases up to 1980, pollution increases. There's more rubbish. But from 1980 to the year 2020, pollution really takes off. This is assuming, of course, that we don't do anything about it. So the year 2020, the condition of the planet starts to become highly critical. And if we don't do anything about it, this is what's going to happen. The quality of life is going to go right back to practically zero. Pollution is going to become so serious, right out here, that it will start to kill people. So the population will diminish. Right back here, less than it was in the year 1900. And at this stage, around about the year 2040, 2050, civilized life as we know it on this planet will cease to exist.
Call it Apocalypse 2040. In the early 1970s, a computer program called World 1 predicted that civilization would likely collapse by 2040. Researchers at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, had programmed it to consider a model of sustainability for the world. As you have just seen, the bad news for us is that the model seems to be spot on so far.
That was interesting, wasn't it? You know, it has tracked pretty close to that, don't you think? Particularly if you've been here through the closing part of the 20th century, you've seen that all happen very much like that. I'd like to mention something about that too. The Club of Rome sponsored that. The Club of Rome is a group of the elite. And they have had a plan for a long time. There's actually more on this video, but I didn't have time to share it all, where some of the people from the Club of Rome are interviewed, and they're saying what their plan is. And amazingly, it's very, very similar to what Nick Bostrom is saying now. They've had the same plan all along. And it makes me wonder, as I look at that computer model, if that's actually tracking data or if it's tracking the plan of the Club of Rome and the rest of the elite. Just kind of an interesting question. Well, I'm a Bible teacher, and I've taught a lot about the passage of time and things that happen from the standpoint of Bible prophecy. And what I've seen is that Bible prophecy has agreed with essentially the main things that we saw in that video as they have unfolded. And that video kind of shows us you get to 2020 and everything starts going to pieces. Did you notice that? Did you notice that happened? Did you notice the world kind of got a little shove right at the beginning of 2020? Connect the dots. The scriptures very much agree with this picture and show us to have entered into a very critical period. And the good thing is the scriptures offer a real solution, and it doesn't involve world tyranny. So we're going to get into that a little bit later. But it's interesting that the pattern that was set forth, sponsored by the Club of Rome, from this first computer to do this, has tracked so closely with what has actually happened and what the Bible has predicted for this generation. So we have every reason to believe, since everything else the Bible has predicted has come true, that the rest of it will happen too. So I just want to invite anyone who is with us right now, soon we're going to put out a new edit of this Ages of the World series that I did. And particularly, you want to look at the last age of the world, which deals with these very issues. We also have a lot of other prophetic material and seminars available at the site, and we invite you to come and see them. So that's pretty much the picture of what has happened. So I guess what I want to say is the first part of the illustration, I think, is true, that we have brought a lot of black balls, or I would say gray balls, out that could be good or bad. But I think it's arguable that we already have taken some black balls out of the urn too and set us on a course towards destruction. So I believe that part of the hypothesis is provable. I think it's correct and that it's provable. But then this brings us to this part of the proposition, that the solution is totalitarianism. Shocking. The solution is totalitarianism. This is amazing. There are 5 reasons that I'm going to share that totalitarianism won't work. Now, I probably could come up with a lot more than 5, but once I got to 5, I figured, hey, 5 stars, I'm done. Here's the number 1 reason. Who will watch the watchers? What stops the techie geeks who are running the tech from exploiting it to hack the black tech themselves? See, this is a big thing, isn't it? This has always been the problem. Remember Snowden, who worked basically able to spy on everybody's stuff? He's an employee there, can spy on anything. No controls for those guys. And fortunately, he blew the whistle on that. But that's the way those systems have to work. There have to be people who have access to the system, to all that information and how it all works. So those people are bound to find out about that black technology. All you need is just one of them to think, well, I could make that work, and then I could be the greatest person in the world. So watching all the people who aren't doing the watching isn't really going to help much. Watching the caretakers, that's a better proposition, and that never happens. Then, of course, we have the petty officials and enforcers of the system. We've had a lot of experience with them lately, haven't we? You give people a little more power than they usually have, and you're bound to have some of those people that go crazy with it. You know what I mean. That is happening. It doesn't take too long before those kind of people can make the cure worse than the disease. And of course, they're all going to skate too. So, you know what? It's really the worst people in the world that tend to gravitate towards those positions. Those are the people most likely to use the black tech against the world. And what about blackball coercion? What stops our all-wise overlords from using the blackball scenario, even when it isn't real, to dominate people and control their lives? Nothing. And number 5, which happens to be my favorite, elites and governments always get a pass, yet they are far more dangerous than the common man. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's a man who made this his life study. studying death by government. And he published this book, which has great detail, well studied out. And in the 20th century, he found that governments murdered about 169 million people. Think about that. I'm not talking about wars here. I'm talking about intentional killing by a government of unarmed people. Governments are very dangerous. And statistically, they're more dangerous than anybody. The rulers are more dangerous than the people by a wide margin. And even if you factor in people like terrorists and criminals, the government is still way beyond them in terms of being dangerous. Now, there is a formula that can actually be applied to this. The best predictor of democide, that's the name given to governments killing their own people, the best predictor of democide lethality is total power squared. In other words, the amount of total power that government has over the people. So simply put, the more power the government has over the individual, the more murders of citizens occur. So in other words, a totalitarian entity that is all-seeing and all-powerful over the lives of people is itself the black ball. Off the charts. Totally off the charts. And who's controlling that? When I considered all of this, I thought surely Nick Bostrom knows these reasons and others with him eliminate totalitarianism as a solution. It's a preposterous solution. And, you know, most of us are not college professors, but we can figure this out, that this is no solution. So I'm wondering, why put forth a solution that is obviously wrong? Well, I looked for an answer on the Future of Humanity Institute website, and I found that it was pleased to announce a contribution of up to £13.3 million from the Open Philanthropy Project. This was the largest donation in their history. So what is this? Open Philanthropy Project. I know I never got a donation from them. Don't expect one either. This is a foundation, a charity. You know, these billionaires all love to set up their charities. And this is one set up by Dustin Aaron Moskovitz, and he is the co-founder of Facebook. And what his foundation does is it identifies giving opportunities and makes grants. And of course, they get money from other billionaires too that they can give out. But Open Philanthropy is tasked with giving away the bulk of Moskowitz's multi-billion-dollar wealth. Now, they all say this, but they never use up all their money and they get richer every year. But anyway, they're funding this. These are the people that are funding Nick Bostrom's organization. at Oxford. So I'm wondering about this. Would the co-founder of Facebook and all his elite billionaire friends like a solution giving them the right to spy on every person every minute of every day? Facebook would never want to do that, right? Oh yeah, and also to dominate the entire planet? Would they want to do that? Would the globalist elite pay money for a new excuse to surveil and dominate every person? Do you think that would be worth a contribution to Oxford? Could this be just one more example of how the elites get academics and scientists to produce results favorable to their interests? You know, I used to be very impressed with various studies that would come out. I remember years ago, a study came out showing that Americans needed to eat according to the food pyramid. And you know, on the widest, fattest part, making up more than half of the food pyramid, is all kinds of sugar and carbohydrates. Studies proved it, the most healthy thing. And then at the top, you get a little bit where you got some vegetables, and then at the very top, just a little bit where you've got some protein and fats. You know what I learned later? All those studies, they were all sponsored by the food industry. And they made big money with the food pyramid. And meanwhile, people died of heart attacks, obesity, diabetes, and the list goes on. Those studies, let me tell you something. Scientists can be whores too. And often they are. If you live long enough, you start to understand how the world works. And it isn't pretty, but it's how it works. But of course, our friend Nick would be above that, wouldn't he? So he actually thinks totalitarianism is the solution. You decide. So why did they fund this? Why did the elite fund this at Oxford, the most prestigious institution on the planet, arguably? Why did they fund it? They need the support of this theory. And now that they have it, this vulnerable world hypothesis, it is energizing the elite. Because you know why? It gives these morally degenerate people who are totally selfish, but don't want to be seen by the world as being selfish, a moral justification to do literally anything to force humanity under a yoke of global tyranny powered by unprecedented technology. You see, now they can claim they're doing it for you. It's all for your safety, friends. Have you ever heard that before? I'm telling you, now that this is out and they're pushing this, you're going to be hearing about this a lot more. And we're in a new era. We've come to a new level. The globalist elites are now making covert war on all ordinary people of this world to bring everyone under a global totalitarian technocracy. And most of us do nothing to defend ourselves. We don't even believe it. Most of us don't even believe it. And I think even now, where most everybody that's hearing this, you may have lost your job, you may have lost your business, you have been isolated away by yourself, your life has been totally affected and changed by something that you had no control over. And yet you still don't know you're at war. This is a bioweapon, friends. You may not like it, but somebody is making war on you. Wake up and smell the coffee. Life is not going to go on like it always did. I know you want things to get back to the way they were. Well, they never are going to. Never. Oh, it might change back a little bit, just to throw you off a little bit, but the next thing is coming. Trust me. These people are absolutely determined to bring the world under totalitarianism and to do it soon. And they have means. They hold the keys to all the doors. They have all the levers of power. They have money, lots of money, control over the money. They have the technology. This is not a movie. This is real life. It's on, 100%. Now the happy stuff. There is a solution. I'm so happy about this. There is a solution. There is a vulnerable world solution. And before I tell it to you, I want to tell you this. There's not a thing in the world you can do to make it happen. I'm going to tell you what I'm not going to say. I'm not going to tell you to contact your senator and congressman. You know why? They're on the take too, probably. And if not, they're powerless over this. And you're powerless over this. There will be opposition. There will be pushback against all of these would-be dictators. This is going to happen. Unfortunately, there will be gunfire and worse. Don't get connected with that because it's a lost cause. You know America? America's over. The America you knew or thought you knew or that you believed in, that's over now. It's just a matter of time. You can't bring it back because its time is over. I don't like telling you that. Somebody has to tell you. And if you happen to be a spiritual person, don't take my word for it. Talk to your Father in heaven and say, is this true? Is it really true that America's over? And have the courage to listen. Because you need to catch up with what's going on. If you're going to get through this, you got to get your head out of the sand. If you're going to get through this, you're going to have to look at the world as it really is. You're going to have to see what's really going on if you're going to get through this. Our Father in heaven has the solution. We just need to work along with him. Peaceful. We're called to peace. Well, here's a good place to start for a solution. Stop stealing from the Creator's urn without his permission. What makes these people think that they have a right to cross barriers that the Creator deliberately set up to break and enter into his areas to mess with his stuff? Cut it out. Stop it. And I know what they'll say. Well, there really is no God. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt and have done abominable iniquity. The things we're talking about are abominable iniquity. And the excuse, well, if we don't do it, somebody else will, doesn't work. There is somebody watching you. He who created the world is watching you. You are accountable whether you want to accept it or not accept it. It's still true. It's his world, not yours. Hands off. Playing God has brought us to the edge of destruction. Right now. And now you come up with a solution to push that even further, just as far as you can push it. Which is to say, the fools will not turn back to God and repent. So the solution is not convincing these people to change their mind and be good people. They already made their choice. They wouldn't be who they are unless they'd already sold out to Satan, would they? So stop worrying about them. They're the enemies of God. They're the enemies of humanity. If some of them repent, all the better, but don't expect it. Here's the psalm that seems to be talking exactly about what's going on. Psalm chapter 2, a prophetic psalm. It starts out, why do the nations rage and the peoples plot a vain thing? Taking over, total control of the world, right down to every movement of every person. Taking the place of God is a vain thing. The kings of the earth take a stand, and the rulers take counsel together against Yahweh and against his Messiah. You see, these things they're doing, they are taking a position against the Creator and his Messiah, whom he has set forth to rule. And what do they say? Let's break their bonds apart and cast their cords from us. They can't control us. God can't control me. We're taking over now. That's what they're saying. That's what they want to do. That's what their one world government is about. Taking total control over those things that belong to God. Wresting that right out of his hand. He who sits in the heavens will laugh. Who do they think they are? Who do they think they are? They think they're pretty hot because they can build a cell phone. The Creator built the universe. He will speak to them in anger. Yet I have set my king in my holy hill of Zion. Long ago, he determined who would rule this world. The only person who's worthy of that position, the only person who could ever do that and remain righteous, good, loving, kind, his son, Yeshua, who gave his life for us, who proved himself. He speaks here, he says, I, the Messiah, will tell of the decree. Yahweh said, ask of me, I'll give the nations for your inheritance. You shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. These people are forcing a confrontation, and they're going to get it. And here's the outcome. Messiah, he's going to break them in pieces. They're going to find out they're not the masters of the universe that they think they are. So the psalm tells them, therefore be wise, you kings. Give sincere homage to the Son, lest he be angry and you perish on the way, for his wrath will soon be kindled. Yes, some of them could humble themselves before him. Let's pray that happens. And it says, blessed are those who take refuge in him. Now that's talking about the Messiah. The Messiah is the solution, friends. We know it. He is the solution. He didn't create us in freedom so these people could take over our lives and totally dominate our every move. He's not down with that. Because if we're giving them our entire lives, we're not giving him the service he deserves. So he's not going to be happy with this, and anybody that knows and loves him isn't going to be happy with this either. And this is going to come to a confrontation. The book of Revelation talks about this. Revelation 11, 7 through 18. Revelation gives us a look into the future of the end of these days, speaking this prophetic prayer. We give you thanks, Lord Elohim, the Almighty, the one who is and who was, because you've taken your great power and reigned. The nations were angry, and your wrath came, as did the time for the dead to be judged, and to give your bondservants, the prophets, their reward, as well as the holy ones, and those who fear your name, to the small and the great, and to destroy those who destroy the earth. That's the solution. Get rid of the people that are causing the problem. That's not our job. That's his job. And he says when he comes, he's going to do that. He's going to destroy those who are destroying the earth. And it is going to happen. Unfortunately, it's the only solution that will work. Because as long as people like this, who want to totally dominate everybody else, who want to rip off everybody, who want to take over all of the resources of the world, who want to dominate all the people, as long as those people are in the world, it can't be better. You know what? We could have a technological society right now, it would be possible, that didn't have these problems. Could totally happen. Think about how our world is organized. Like, for instance, we talked about the vulnerable world, right? Do you think it's by accident that we have been totally separated from all means of support of ourselves? Do you think that's an accident, that it happened that way? Couldn't we just as easily have technology so that each of us could have our own land, our own home, with our own energy, even with existing technology, like, for instance, solar panels to provide our energy or other ways? Is there any reason we couldn't do that? Is there any reason that families and extended families couldn't be raising their own food in their own community, trade for things? That's how it used to be for a very long time. There's no reason that couldn't be done with a technological society. Do you need a car? You know, it's proven that hydrogen cars are totally possible. You could actually use water as fuel. You wouldn't be dependent on Exxon, big oil, at all. Everything is set up in such a way that we're all dependent on the elite of this world, and we are all supporting them. And they are draining everything away from us. It's all set up that way. And it's all set up to make us dependent on them, because that way we have no means to fight back. You know, in the Civil War, the reason there could be a civil war is because people had their own means. Families had their own means. The Revolutionary War that made America a country, same thing. People had independence. In fact, that's why they made the Declaration of Independence. They were trying to keep the independence they had. We don't have independence anymore. We ought to change the name of that document, because we don't have independence anymore. It's gone. We've already lost most of our freedom. It's been taken from us. It's not necessarily government that took it. Think about it. It's the big corporations that took it. It's the big money and the banking interests that took it. And they did it very deliberately. They did it on purpose, and they did it with a plan. It didn't have to be that way at all. If they had had the interests of humanity at heart, it wouldn't be that way. No matter how much they act as if they actually cared about humanity. If you care that much, give up some of your billions to help people. Like all of it. They don't do that. They set up a foundation, and somehow they end up richer than they were when they started. This is what they do. It's not going to change. Not as long as it's like this. Some people have thought socialism or communism was the way to go. Then we'd all be equal, right? Except some are more equal than others in that system. These people that we're talking about always gravitate to the top. Trust me. They are actually empowered by Satan to get into those positions in order to rule the world the way he wants it done. That's what's going on. So there's no system that we can devise that's going to change that. Righteous people, that's what's needed. Righteous people ruling the world. There's no system for that. There's no system that can accomplish that. Only the Messiah can accomplish that. This is not a pie-in-the-sky dream. So much in the Bible that has been foretold and prophesied has occurred, much of it during our generation. And it is unfolding. Messiah has a plan too, and he is unfolding it. And that is the solution. So here we are. We have a time of crisis. We're living in a time of crisis. And it's going to intensify. There's a war going on. And in the book of Revelation, it shows us that. Global totalitarianism. That's what we're looking at. You know, there's never been totalitarianism like this. They've wanted to do it, but they haven't been able to do it. Just imagine what they're proposing. Being able to use technology to track every person's movements in real time all the time. And whatever they don't like, to be able to instantly censor. And of course, the very worst possibility is if Elon Musk's vision goes along with this, and we have our brains actually wired into the system. Imagine that. What they're envisioning, there's nothing like this. There's never been anything like this. Yeshua talked about it in Matthew 24. He says, "For then there will be great oppression." Isn't that a good name for this? Great oppression, such as has not been from the beginning of the world until now, no, nor ever will be again. Could you describe this any better than that? Unless those days had been shortened, no flesh would have been saved. But for the sake of the chosen ones, those days will be shortened. Isn't that exactly what we've been talking about? Facing the possibility of the end of all life on earth. And we're there. And we're reassured. For the sake of the chosen ones, those days will be shortened. Messiah will step in. He'll put an end to that. He is the solution. He also said in Luke chapter 21, "So be careful, that day will come on you suddenly, for it will come like a snare on all those who dwell on the surface of the earth. Therefore, be watchful all the time, praying that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will happen and to stand before the Son of Man." We have a time that we've entered into that is going to get progressively closer to that totalitarianism until it actually totally takes over. That is going to be increasingly difficult. That's what's going to happen. And it will involve oppression. It will involve persecution of those who have chosen to stand with the rightful creator of the world rather than with these usurpers. For us to be counted worthy to escape means there will be a place of escape. There is a plan. It's outlined in Scripture, and somehow most churches don't know anything about it. They've never heard of it. They don't understand it. They don't get it at all. Instead, they've put their trust, many of them, into a pre-tribulation rapture. They got all their marbles in that. And that's all based, unfortunately, on an error. That's not the answer. It's not the answer. We must escape out of all the nations where the global totalitarian regime will rule before it comes to total power. You see, if you're still in the situation you're in right now, where you are just totally dependent on the system, wherever you live in the world, how are you possibly going to resist this global totalitarianism? Well, I'm sure you have to give me that. But you're probably thinking, yes, but we're talking about the whole world, so how can you escape that? Well, there is a plan for that. There is a place, in fact, that some 4,000 years ago, the Creator promised us to be our safe place in this world. If only we would side with Him. If only we would honor Him. There is a plan. There is a place. Pray that you will be counted worthy of being part of that. The vulnerable world solution. We've got so much more. Hours. And you should invest them. We're not doing ourselves a favor by giving you all this information. It's just right there for you. Hours of free information to help you through this time. And I just want to invite anyone who's just learning about this to take the time to come and get your spirit fed and find out what there is in store to help you to get through this time. Thank you for listening.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
book of Daniel. We're excited about it. You know, the book of Daniel literally was written for us. It's written for the people who would be alive, specifically of the remnant that would be alive in the final generation, when that great beast would emerge and take over control of the whole world. Daniel and his three companions were like us, like the remnant scattered through all of the Gentile nations. They didn't belong there. They were different. And somehow, when this great beast would emerge and take over the world, as Babylon did in the time of Daniel, they would need to continue to be faithful to Jehovah, the one and only true God, while there was tremendous pressure that would be put on them to conform to the ways of the beast system. Now, we tend to think this is a new thing. For instance, when we read in the book of Revelation about the beast that is to emerge in these final days that will rule over the whole world, we tend to think that's a last days thing. And yes, in its final form it is. And this is the very worst expression of it that is soon to come upon the world. However, this has been going on for a long time. And Daniel and his three friends in Babylon set an example for us and are an encouragement for us that even as we know we will see this beast emerge and take over the world, it doesn't matter where you live. Do you understand that? The beast is going to take over the whole world. Many of you think you can go and hide out in the country somewhere, that you can choose some rural location and somehow get off the grid and the beast will not know about you. Have you heard of satellites? High technology? The answer for us is not in becoming survivalists. It's not in what we know. Yes, some of those things might help us. I'm not saying that that's all bunk. But the real answer is not in what we know. The real answer is in who we know. Let's see that as we look at Daniel chapter 3. Now, this is a favorite chapter. People love this story. This is real big with Sunday schools. Daniel chapter 3. Sometimes I wonder if they really know what this story is about. That this story is about something that soon all of us will be facing. Let's read the first verse. Nebuchadnezzar, the king, made an image of gold, the height of which was 60 cubits, and its width 6 cubits. He set it up on the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Now let's think about this statue. The Hebrew cubit is about 18 inches. So according to the Hebrew cubit, this image of gold at 60 cubits high would have been 90 feet in height. 90 feet. However, the Babylonian cubit was 3 fingers higher. That's about 3 inches more. That is enough to push the height of this statue of gold over 100 feet in height. This statue was placed in the plain of Dura. In other words, this is a plain. This is a extensive, flat valley. Why was it put there instead of in a temple? Let's read the next verse. Nebuchadnezzar the king sent word to assemble the satraps, the prefects, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the rulers of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Then the satraps, the prefects, and the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the rulers of the provinces were assembled for the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. So I'm wanting to ask you to picture this in your mind. This giant golden statue over 100 feet in height, sparkling in the sun on the plains of Dura. All of the rulers of the Babylonian Empire assembled there before that giant statue. One of them was missing, and his name was Daniel. He's not in the story. This leads me to believe, since he was a high-ranking official of the empire, we found that out in chapter 2, that he was no doubt traveling on the business of the empire, so that he was not included. But as we will find out, his 3 companions were included. Well, let's just talk about this scene a little more before we go into what actually happened here. Why would all of these leaders and rulers of Babylon be assembled before this image in the plain of Dura on the dedication day of the image? Well, they were all the dignitaries, weren't they? They were all the leaders of the nation. This was just the day this all started. It had to start with the leaders. What would happen after this day when all the leaders returned to wherever they were from? Then it would go down to all of the people, wouldn't it? You know, for thousands of years, government and religion have been intimately connected. People who live in the United States, where supposedly there's a separation of church and state, don't fully understand about this phenomenon of how religion and the state have worked together down through time. And you will see with every major empire that they have always had a state religion. And the state religion is the source of the unity within the empire. That's what this is about. Now, there's a little more that we can learn about this. I want to share a quote from Gill's commentary, who in turn is quoting from the Talmud. This is some historical material from the Talmud. And it's probably based on real historical information. And not all of this information is available to us today. But here's what it says. Although the design of that generation was not accomplished, that is, the generation that built the Tower of Babel, that's what it's talking about. Although the design of that generation was not accomplished, yet after their times, their punishment was made manifest in that they said, "Let us make us a name." For Nebuchadnezzar, having wasted and subverted many kingdoms and destroyed the sanctuary, thought it possible to put in execution the wicked design of the age of the dispersion. Hence it is said, King Nebuchadnezzar made an image, etc., and set it up. What they're suggesting in the Talmud is that the incident we're reading about here was an incident where King Nebuchadnezzar had become obsessed with the fact that he was the ruler of the world. And he was hearkening back to the Tower of Babel. And he thought that he himself had become so great that he would be able to subvert what the Creator had done at the Tower of Babel in dividing the peoples. And that he would use this gold image as a means to unite all the peoples of the world. This is what the Talmud is saying about this. Let's read a little bit more. This is in the Valley of Generation. That's what the Valley of Dura means, generation. This is where a new world order was being generated by Nebuchadnezzar. In the province of Babylon. Notice it's not the city of Babylon, it's the province of Babylon, which is a much bigger area. Just like, for instance, in New York, you have the city of New York, but then you have the state of New York, which is much, much larger than the city. Well, that's how this was. It goes on and it says, which is the valley spoken of in Genesis 11:2. In other words, this is the same valley where the Tower of Babel had been raised, or was attempted to be raised, when it had been foiled. And Nebuchadnezzar was wanting to finish what had been frustrated. What therefore they could not do, he attempted to do. Hence he gathered all the people to worship the image, which agrees with Genesis 11:4. For he put a certain vessel of the vessels of the temple on the mouth of the image, on which was engraven the divine name, that he might render ineffectual the intention of the dispersed generation. Imagine that. What the Talmud is saying is he actually took a holy implement from the temple on which the divine name was and put it in the mouth of the image, essentially now blending the worship of the one and only true God with this image in an attempt to bring that worship under the authority of the image. thinking that that would break the power that had prevented Babel from being built. Let's read some more. But Scripture says in Jeremiah 51:44, "And I will punish Bel in Babylon, and I will bring forth out of his mouth that which he has swallowed up, and the nations shall not flow together any more unto him." I bet you didn't know there was a scriptural basis for this, did you? It's a prophecy in Jeremiah. "For Daniel came and caused that vessel that was swallowed to be taken out of the mouth of the image, whence it fell and was broke to pieces, which is the same as that in Genesis 11:4. So this is a very interesting account of what happened. We have no scriptural record that tells us that Daniel did this, but we do know that Nebuchadnezzar ultimately failed. That as great as the kingdom of Babylon became, it itself was destroyed. It did not accomplish gathering all the nations into one eternal empire. But that was, in fact, the goal, and it's not hard to see that from the text here. Because Babylon was a polytheistic society. There were many gods in Babylon. And apparently, Nebuchadnezzar didn't care that people worshiped other gods, so long as they worshiped the state god. Friends, that is how it's going to be. There will be many Christians. There will be many Jews. There will be many people that claim to worship the God of the Bible who do just fine under the reign of the Antichrist, because they will be willing to worship the state god too. Well, let's imagine now all these leaders standing before this image. Then the herald loudly proclaimed, "To you the command is given, O peoples, nations, and men of every language." You see, this command is not just for the leaders, is it? It's through the leaders to all the people of all the languages, trying to reverse the Tower of Babel. That at the moment you hear the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, bagpipe, and all kinds of music, you would have fallen down and worshiped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king has set up. This is a great national anthem that is going to be played with all of these different instruments. Really a great orchestra that was being assembled. And this is an incredibly intimidating sight, if you can just imagine this. You know, most of us can imagine when we were kids, maybe being assembled for an assembly in our school. And you might have a few hundred, you might have 1,000 people there. And if you got called on for something in the assembly and you were called up to the front of the assembly, can you imagine how you felt? Can you remember that happening? Just imagine the group pressure that was on this group gathered there in the plains of Dora when this music was played. particularly when they heard this from the herald. Whoever does not fall down and worship shall immediately be cast into the midst of a furnace of blazing fire. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Nobody told you in advance. You didn't know. You couldn't have not come anyway. What are you going to do at that moment? Therefore, at that time, when all the peoples heard the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, bagpipe, and all kinds of music, all the peoples, nations, and men of every language fell down and worshiped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Friends, you're reading about the future here. You're reading about the future. That's what's going to happen when this beast finally emerges. It will be demanded that every person will worship the beast. For this reason, at that time, certain Chaldeans came forward and brought charges against the Jews. They responded and said to Nebuchadnezzar the king, O king, live forever. You, O king, have made a decree that every man who bears the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, and bagpipe, and all kinds of music, is to fall down and worship the golden image. But whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast into the midst of a furnace of blazing fire. There are certain Jews whom you have appointed over the administration of the province of Babylon, namely Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have disregarded you. They do not serve your gods or worship the golden image which you've set up. Do you suppose in these days to come that we may have enemies that might say something very, very similar to this, to those dignitaries of the beast system? You can count on that. These men thought they had something to gain, you see, because if the king would just follow through, there's 3 new posts that are going to open up that some of those people, probably the very ones who are saying this to the king, could then step up into. Because we know that's what these people are all about, isn't it? Getting up another rung on the pyramid. And they will say and do anything to get there. So this is what happened. Now the king is in a certain position here. He may have high regard for these men. But what happens if he makes an exception? Well, then the whole thing falls apart, doesn't it? Then other people might say, well, I worship this other god over here, and so I would like an exception too. Well, it goes on, it says, Then Nebuchadnezzar in rage and anger gave orders to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then these men were brought before the king. Nebuchadnezzar responded and said to them, Is it true, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you do not serve my gods or worship the golden image that I have set up? You know, he couldn't believe it. Those people think that everybody has a price. And nobody is so devoted to their God and their beliefs that they will risk their life. And you know why they believe that? Because they would never do it. Well, he continues on. Now, if you are ready, at the moment you hear the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, and bagpipe, and all kinds of music, to fall down and worship the image that I have made, very well. Hey, he's given him another chance. What a nice guy. But if you do not worship, you will immediately be cast into the midst of a furnace of blazing fire. And what God is there that can deliver you out of my hands? He had become God. Think about it. That's what he was saying. I'm God now. There is no God above me. There is no God that can turn around what I have said. That's what he is saying. Is this not the message that we expect to hear from the Antichrist once he is installed into power? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego replied to the king, "O Nebuchadnezzar, we do not need to give you an answer concerning this matter. If it be so, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the furnace of blazing fire, and he will deliver us out of your hand, O king. But even if he does not, let it be known to you, O king, that we are not going to serve your gods or worship the golden image that you have set up." Now that's more than a great Sunday school story. You just imagine the situation. Imagine the degree of the pressure that was on him before the king. What do you think it was like around the king? There are big muscular guys with swords there. There was a big furnace, and it was burning hot. There was a throne. There were courtiers and all kinds of people there. There were all of these officials of the government there. And yet, these men are saying this to the king. Is it because they are so brave? I do think they're brave. But I'll tell you the reason why they did this. Because they were in greater fear of the living and true God than they were in the king of Babylon. And they knew that no matter what he did, he could not touch their eternal hope. What a mistake that would be to throw that all away just to keep the favor of the king and the people. So what they did was not only brave, it was logical when you understand it. And beyond being logical, I think we have to see something else here. And that is, these men were speaking from their hearts. They were keeping the first commandment. Right? Love the true God with your whole heart, mind, soul, and strength. They had a deep love for their God. And they were in covenant with their God. And they were not going to violate that covenant for any reason. And this was not dependent. Notice this. on Yahweh saving them. Sometimes we think like that. We think, okay, I have this deal with Yahweh, and if I do the right thing, then he has to save me. If that's true, then why martyrs? Why do we have martyrs? Right? Why was Yeshua himself crucified for us? Why did all the apostles, save one, die as criminals? Our duty is to glorify our Father in heaven. We do not have guarantees that in every situation he is going to save our life. Now, these were mature believers who understood that. I'm telling you this because you need to know the truth. You can't go into the times that we have ahead of us with some kind of naive religious ideas, because if you do, when those things don't come true, you are going to fall apart. You've got to understand what the truth is here. They understood, and they said, he can save us, but whether he does or not, we're just not going to do it. Yahweh can help us. He can keep us from that moment if he chooses to. He can give us the strength to speak the truth and to endure it. Or he can save us. And whatever he does is just fine because it's his will. And the important thing, victory, friend, victory is being faithful. Then Nebuchadnezzar was filled with wrath, and his facial expression was altered toward Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. He answered by giving orders to heat the furnace 7 times more than it was usually heated. He commanded certain valiant warriors who were in his army to tie up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in order to cast them into the furnace of blazing fire. Then these men were tied up in their trousers, their coats, their caps, and their other clothes, and were cast into the midst of the furnace of blazing fire. Nebuchadnezzar was done talking. You're not going to do what I tell you? It's over. For this reason, because the king's command was urgent, and the furnace had been made extremely hot, the flame of the fire slew those men who carried up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell into the midst of the furnace of blazing fire, still tied up. So imagine it. These big burly guys, right? These guards that have a hold of these men, in getting close enough to the fire to try and throw these men into the fire, they themselves were overcome by the heat and killed, so that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego then fell into the flames. They're tied up. What can they do about this? What can they do? There is a moment when we understand there's nothing that I can do. That's where they were at. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astounded and stood up in haste. He said to his high officials, "Was it not 3 men we cast bound into the midst of the fire?" They replied to the king, "Certainly, O king." He said, look, I see 4 men loosed and walking about in the midst of the fire without harm. And the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods. I will always be with you. That's the promise. Messiah told us before he ascended, I will always be with you. He was there for them. And he's been there for all of them. Have you read about Stephen? Yes, he was killed while having a vision of the Son of God enthroned in heaven. His body was killed, but his spirit was already moved beyond that. If you're truly his, he will always be there for you. You can absolutely count on that. Yes, there are no guarantees that your body will always be saved, but there is a guarantee that he will always be there for you. And he will do exactly what is the right thing to do in your situation. And he will love you because he loved you enough to give his life for you. And when he comes back in glory, you will come back with him. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the door of the furnace of blazing fire. He responded and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, come out, you servants of the Most High God. Hey, you know what? He's not the Most High God anymore. Nebuchadnezzar, he's not the Most High God anymore. He's saying now their God is the Most High God. He's had a lesson in humility. And come here. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out of the midst of the fire. They did that under their own power. They went in all bound up, thrown in or nearly thrown in by these burly guards. But when they came out, they walked out under their own power. That's what Messiah was able to do for them. And the king has a very different attitude now. Now he's willing to listen. The satraps, the prefects, the governors, and the king's high officials gathered around and saw, in regard to these men, that the fire had no effect on the bodies of these men, nor was the hair of their head singed, nor were their trousers damaged, nor had the smell of fire even come upon them. You know, that day when they went to that plain and they saw the image and they heard the music, they probably thought that was the greatest sight that they could ever see. But they were wrong. Because when the living and true God made his move, that is when they saw the greatest sight they could ever see. That is where the real power is, friends. That is where the real power is. Don't be afraid of the beast system. It can get a little scary watching this thing grow, watching the technology they have and their capabilities. But don't let that wow you too much, because our God has real power. And even those people will have to acknowledge it. Nebuchadnezzar responded and said, "Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and delivered his servants who put their trust in him, violating the king's command, and yielded up their bodies so as not to serve or worship any god except their own God." This is what's happening. Here's the plan. A one-world religion. It's in the works. And it will be composed of all religious organizations. And they will be allowed to have their separate distinctiveness, as they like to say. But they will all have one thing in common, and that is they will all be worshiping the beast and telling their people to worship the beast. Anybody that doesn't get on board with that is worthy of death. Hey, they're still being polite. You're watching the news and saying what's happening at this stage. This is just the beginning. They're being polite right now. You wait until they totally have control. When they have their hand right around the neck of the world, you watch and see what happens with believers. They're not going to be any kinder than this man. But they're going to be faced with something they can't imagine. They're going to come face to face with a power that they never thought was real. And they're going to find out that power is real. They're going to come face to face with an immovable object. And just think, the spirit of that all-powerful God lives in you right now. What we're reading about here, you can do. You can do this. I know what you're thinking. Oh, I don't think I can do that. I'm pretty scared. When that moment comes, you will be surprised how the Spirit of the living God will well up inside of you, and you will become a rock. Just be determined that that's who you want to be. And trust him. And should it come to this for you, you will overcome. And you will prove to be stronger than the whole beast system because of the one who lives in you. Therefore, I make a decree that any people, nation, or tongue that speaks anything offensive against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be torn limb from limb, and their houses reduced to a rubbish heap, inasmuch as there is no other God who is able to deliver in this way. Then the king caused Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to prosper in the province of Babylon. Turned out well. Turned out well for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. It always turns out well for the people who put the living and true God first in their life. It's not what you know, friends. It's who you know. Thanks for listening. Until next time, Shabbat Shalom. You know, a lifespan is pretty short. And recently I was talking with Dawn about this. And I was talking about how things were in the world when I was a kid. We were really amazed when the first satellite went up into space. It was called Sputnik. And everybody was worried because the Russians had gotten ahead of America. And today, how many satellites are sent up every day? Do you know? It's not even news, is it? There's so many blanketing the sky. The world has changed so much. And one thing that I see in the world is people have a very, very poor understanding of history. And because they don't really understand much about history, and I'm talking even people who should be educated people, right? But this isn't what they're teaching people today. And so they have a very poor understanding of history. I've been a student of history all my life from the standpoint of the scriptures. And what I've learned from history is that things go in cycles. And these cycles continue through history. And we are living in a certain cycle today that is really a cycle of catastrophe. This is detailed for us in what is called the Olivet Sermon. This sermon was given by Yeshua Messiah just shortly before his death to tell his disciples then and now about the things that would be coming. This message is very important to us because, as you will see as we go through this, this unquestionably applies to our time. So this is from Mark chapter 13, but you will find Matthew's version of this in Matthew 24, which is somewhat more extensive. And Luke's version of this in Luke chapter 21. And having all three of these Gospels is very important because from comparing them, we learn certain things we wouldn't know if we didn't have all of them. And you'll get an example of that tonight. So think about cycles in history, ages in history, and think about how those ages come to an end. That's really what we're talking about tonight. That's what Messiah was talking about. Now, as we go through this, I'm not going to go into each part of the sign that Messiah laid out. What we want to talk about tonight is more having to do with the big picture. I want you to understand something about the ages that Yeshua is dealing with here. I want you to get a picture over literally thousands of years. If you can see time that way, you'll have some inkling of how Messiah actually sees time. He is not locked into our short little lifespan. So he is able to tell us about the big picture. And that's what we really need to look at here. Here's how all this came up. It says here in Mark 13:1 and 2, as he went out of the temple, one of his disciples said to him, Rabbi, see what kind of stones and what kind of buildings. Now, we've been talking about what was happening this last time that Yeshua went to the temple. Remember, he went there to judge it and to judge the power structure that was represented there. And he did judge them as worthy of destruction. And he told them that. So all of that had just happened now. And he's coming out of the temple. And you know what's happening? His disciples are looking at the buildings and are very impressed with the buildings. Now, somehow it seems to me they didn't fully get what Messiah had been saying because they're impressed with the buildings. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? The buildings were impressive, okay? But Yeshua was not impressed with the buildings. He said to them, do you see these great buildings? There will not be left here one stone on another which will not be thrown down. With those words, he foretold the end of what is referred to as the Second Temple Jewish era or age. When they heard this, they immediately had a question. And I'm sure you would when you heard something so shocking. They said, tell us, when will these things be? What is the sign that these things are all about to be fulfilled? Now compare that to what it has in Matthew. Tell us, when will these things be? And what should be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? So Matthew has things in it that Mark didn't include. Matthew is bigger, quite a bit bigger, includes more information. The word world here is aeon, and it properly means age. Age, not like your birthday age, but an era of time. So it's not the physical world itself, but it's an era of time. As we compare these two verses, when they ask him, when will these things be? They're talking about the end of the Second Temple era, when the stones of the temple would be totally torn down, like he just said. But then it goes on where it says all these things. We see from Matthew, that's talking about the sign of his coming, his return, and the end of that age at the end of the world. So what we have in his answer to their question is one sign that is talking about the end of two different ages. Can you see that? Because they specifically asked him about two different ages. So that's what he's answering. Now, a lot of people don't pick up on this, so they get very confused as they read through these verses. And they say, well, is this talking about back then? Or is this talking about the very last days before he comes? And the answer is yes. It's talking about both. That's more simple, isn't it, when you understand that? Now, here's some confirmation from the Apostle Paul. And here he's talking about what happened with the failings of ancient Israel. And he says, now all these things happened to them by way of example, and they were written for our admonition, on whom the ends of the ages have come. You see, Paul understood the big picture. And he knew he wasn't just speaking for people living during that age. He was actually looking forward to this age at the end of the world when Yeshua would return. So he doesn't say the end of the age. He literally says the ends of the ages. Paul believed exactly what I just explained to you. Why not? He had that information from the Olivet Sermon. He understood that it was talking about two different ages. So that's what he's talking about. So, a lot of times people say, well, the believers in the first century, they thought that that was going to be the end and that Yeshua was going to return then. They say that because they'll find things in the scriptures where the believers back then used terms like the last days. We're living near the end. So they think that that means that those believers thought that they were living in the very last days. But see, they knew they were living at the end or near the end of that Jewish age they were in. That was the last days for that generation. So, again, people don't rightly understand much in the scriptures because they don't have the bigger view of history. They don't understand Yahweh's time, and they make big mistakes. Obviously, Paul wasn't seeing things that way. He saw the ends of the ages. He saw that those ages had much in common. They both were completing cycles and would have similar signs and would benefit similarly from the examples in Scripture. Well, now let's look at Mark 13:14. In Mark 13:14, Mark says this: when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing where it ought not, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Matthew says the same thing. It mentions the abomination of desolation. But in Luke, when it's talking about the same thing, It says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation is at hand. So because we have Luke, we know that in this case, the abomination of desolation that Messiah is talking about is Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now, why is it that Matthew and Mark are using a sort of code? You have to know what the abomination of desolation is, don't you, in order to understand what's being said. Whereas later, Luke is just telling us right out what it is. Well, it's because Luke wrote later, after these other two, and it wasn't an issue anymore. There was no reason not to come right out and say it. But when Matthew and Mark were written, there was potential danger talking about this. And so biblical prophecy code was actually used to talk to one another. We ought to think about that, because having our own language based on the scriptures, having our own time based on the scriptures, is a protection for us against the enemies as we move closer into the last days. And realize everything in these verses tell us the whole world is going to hate you. Get used to that idea. It's going to get a lot worse than it is right now, and you're going to have to worry about what you say in front of people. And you know, it might be a good time to start practicing some of that. Now, let's talk about the timing in that generation when Messiah was talking to them, okay? In Mark 13:30, Messiah says, "Most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen." Now, as this applies to that era they were in, when he says this generation, what generation is he talking about? Well, isn't he talking about his own generation? And people who are contemporaneous with him? Let's take a look at Messiah's generation. Messiah was born in the fall of 2 BC. Now, we have a radio program along with diagrams and charts and so on that totally prove this beyond a doubt. If you want that information, just let us know and we'll give that to you. So the next year in 1 BC, Messiah turns 1 year old. There is no 0 year. So after 1 BC, you are immediately in 1 AD. And Messiah is still 1 year old. And he doesn't turn 2 until the fall of 1 AD. So that means for most of the year, 1 AD, he's still 1. You follow me? So when it turns 2 AD, how old is he? He's 2, right? When he's 3, he turns 3 in the fall of 2 AD. But for most of that year, after he turns 3, it is then going to be 3 AD. As of January, right? The Roman time we're talking about. So down through history, whatever year of our Lord this is, tracks at the beginning of that year with Messiah's birth age. So it's very simple to track the years since Messiah was born. Right now when I'm talking to you, it's 2018. It's not the fall yet. So how old would Messiah be as a man if he was still here? 2018 years old, right? Doesn't that make it easy to figure the time? That means that at age 70, it would be 70 AD. Now, here's another chart that I made up that has some of the important events that happened during that 70-year period, starting with Messiah's birth and ending with the destruction of the city of Jerusalem with its temple. Here, we're going to explain the larger eras that we're dealing with. Now, I'm going to start with the previous Jewish era so that you can kind of see how this works. In the previous Jewish era, that era resulted in the building of the first temple by Solomon. But during that Jewish era, it had already begun before the temple was built, okay? Now, what happened was the people turned badly away and against Yahweh. And he continually tried to make them come back, but you know what? They kept wanting to be like the world. They kept wanting to go after other gods and do all the things against the commandments. And they became such a stench that Yahweh's own temple and city became offensive to him because it was tearing down his name. And he told them that would have to be destroyed in order to protect his own great name. So, in 587 BC, he sent the Babylonians to destroy Jerusalem. This is secular history as well as biblical history. And some Jews had already been deported by the Babylonians, but now this whole process was finished, and all but a few stragglers, considered totally unimportant, were deported off of the land and exiled in Babylon. That was an end of that Jewish era. Is that easy to tell? The end of Jerusalem, the end of the temple, the people no longer on the land. That was the end of that Jewish era. Interestingly, the scriptures prophesy that the Israelites, the Jews, would be exiled from the land for one generation, for 70 years. Here's how it worked out. In 539, Babylon fell to the Persians. The Persians were nice to the Jews. Good folks, really. And they said, well, you can send people back to your city. You can rebuild your temple. But you know what? Most of the people didn't want to go. They had gotten used to Babylon, and they liked it. A lot like the believers in the world today, isn't it? How many of them are going to go home with us in the second Exodus? A few, comparatively. A remnant who care more about spiritual things than being like the world. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Do you see what I'm saying about cycles? So anyway, a very small remnant returned. And they encountered lots of difficulties because there were other people there now. You don't just leave for 70 years and not have anybody else move in, right? So they had lots of difficulties trying to regain their place. And eventually they were able to rebuild their temple, which at that time really marked a new beginning of the Jews in Jerusalem. That's what they had been working for. Finally, they accomplished that in 516 BC, after one generation of 70 years. Well, in 516 BC then, it was the beginning of a new Jewish era. And the temple in Jerusalem, and the Jews now having control of that, is what marked the beginning of that era. Are you following me? Jerusalem. That's what we're talking about. That made Jerusalem Jewish once again. Jerusalem is Yahweh's time clock. 516 BC. They get to 2 BC. That's a long time later, isn't it? Hundreds of years. There's prophecies telling about the time. We're not getting into all those tonight. But the people were dull. Most of them didn't get what's happening. It took people from the east who weren't even from Jerusalem to know and understand what was going on when Messiah was born in 2 BC. Magi from a distant land in the east saw the signs in the sky and came to Jerusalem seeking the Messiah. They should have known. That era continued. But they were at the end of the age. They had arrived at the end of the age. They didn't act like it. Luke 19, 41 through 44, we have these verses. Speaking of Messiah, it says, "He wept over Jerusalem, saying, if you, even you, had known today the things which belong to your peace, but now they're hidden from your eyes. For the days will come on you, when your enemies will throw up a barricade against you, surround you, hem you in on every side, and will dash you and your children within you to the ground. They will not leave in you one stone on another, because you didn't know the time of your visitation." Think about that. They were being visited from heaven by the Son of God, and they did not know the time of their visitation. And because of that, look what would happen to them. Destruction was going to fall upon them. It is a sin not to know the prophetic time when you should know it. And there are consequences to not knowing. And we're going to see that as we progress here in the book of Mark. The time of Messiah's visitation, his generation did not pass away until his words had been fulfilled. He said this, "Most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen." Look at this. July 29 and 30, 70 AD. Tish B'Av, the 9th day of the 5th month. The temple was destroyed, followed by the destruction of Jerusalem. This is exactly the same day on the Hebrew calendar that the earlier temple had been destroyed by Babylon. Is that a coincidence? I think not. This occurred within the 70th year of Messiah's generation. Just 2.5 months later, the date flipped, and Messiah would have turned 71. Was his word fulfilled? I think that's quite precise, isn't it? That's the end of that Jewish age. You see, the thing is, when you know history, and you know the scriptures, you can't be fooled. Nobody could set that up, right? Is some guy that hates the Bible going to go to the Romans and say, listen, you've got to go in there and attack them exactly in 70, exactly on this day? Doesn't happen like that, does it? It's history here showing you how Yahweh is in control of history itself. His prophecy is not wrong. Mark 13:14, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing where it ought not, then he says, let the reader understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. You see, when destruction fell on Jerusalem, everybody who was caught in there was in trouble. Over 1 million people. According to one estimate, 3 million people were killed by the Romans. And many more were taken into captivity. And quite a lot of people died of famine during the siege. And some pretty awful things happened in there. It's a horrible story. It's absolutely a horrible story. And it's all laid out in horrible detail by Flavius Josephus in his War of the Jews. So, Yeshua was giving them a warning, telling them what to look for before that fell on that land. So he tells them, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. And we already saw in Luke that it says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. So that's really what it was. What the abomination of desolation was, is Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now, it's amazing how this happened. Cestius Gallus came with the Roman troops and surrounded Jerusalem. This was in 66. And it looked for all the world like the whole thing was going to go down right then, because the whole city was surrounded, and it looked like it was on right then. But then, you know what happened? Josephus says, for no good reason in the world, Sestius Gallus and his troops just left. They just picked up and left. And the believers said to themselves, well, that's amazing. And you know what they did? They said, wow, that's the sign. Let's pick up our stuff and get out of here. Isn't that amazing? That's history. That's history telling you that God is in control of history. That's history telling you that you must believe Bible prophecy to save your own life. Are you following what I'm saying? Realize that in this case, the believers had to understand what the abomination of desolation is in this context in the book of Daniel. That's why it says, let the reader understand. The believers had to understand Bible prophecy and act on it to be saved. What about these people that say, well, I don't follow Bible prophecy because nobody can understand that stuff? What would happen if these brothers and sisters had done that? What if they said, oh, Daniel's too deep for me. I can't really spend any time in Daniel. What would have happened to them? Yeshua gave them a clear sign. When they saw it, they needed to act on it if they were going to survive. Now, I don't know that this happened, but I bet you there are some believers there that said, oh, well, my Aunt Betsy is here, and she's not going to leave, so I'm not going to leave either. Oh, well, I don't know, this trip looks too rigorous for my cat to come with me, so I think I'm going to stay where I am. If they did that, they died or became slaves. Serious. Some of them might say, oh, well, Yahweh will protect me if I stay here. Don't be that dumb. If you do not obey his word, expect to get the same thing the world gets. Here's proof from history as to what happened. This is from a church historian from the 4th century. So he's writing it from a Gentile Christian perspective. He says, the people, Nazarenes, of the church in Jerusalem were commanded by an oracle given by revelation before the war to those in the city who were worthy of it, to depart and dwell in one of the cities of Perea, which they called Pella. To it, those who believed in Christ traveled from Jerusalem, so that when holy men had altogether deserted the royal capital of the Jews and the whole land of Judea, the judgment of God at length overtook those who had committed such outrages against Christ and his apostles and totally destroyed that generation of impious men. Don't you think this is remarkable? Don't you think this is like one of the most important things that ever happened in history? Messiah came. He told them that that generation would see this end of Jerusalem. He gave the sign to his followers, and here we have a historical account that they listened to what he said, they acted on it when they saw the sign, and they were saved, and the rest of Judea suffered this heavy end. Neon lights, right? Now, this is interesting. after that had happened, okay, in the next century. So we're talking maybe 60 or 70 years later. The Gentile church broke off from those Nazarene believers and labeled them as heretics. There were a lot more Gentiles then. So, you know, people regard the original group as being the heretics and the Christians that broke away as being the continuation. It was actually the very opposite, right? Isn't that interesting? Another church historian wrote this about it. This heresy of the Nazarenes exists in the Decapolis in the region of Pella. From there it took its beginning after the exodus from Jerusalem, when all the disciples went to live in Pella because Christ had told them to leave Jerusalem and to go away since it would undergo a siege. Because of this advice, they lived in Perea after having moved to that place, as I said. So he's calling the believers who obeyed Yeshua Messiah heretics. So who are the real heretics? The Nazarenes were the original Messiah followers who were saved by obeying him. The Gentile church broke away from the original group, and what did they give us? The Roman church and the Dark Ages and all the lies of Christendom. It's not hard to figure out who the real believers are and why we need to get out of the pagan church system. Well, that gives you the picture, I think, pretty well of that Jewish age. Now you understand there had been an earlier Jewish age, and that one didn't end well either. There was a generation there for them to get their act together. Then there was another Jewish age. We just talked about the end of that, when Messiah came, right? One generation of 70 years, giving them a time to repent, giving those who would listen a chance to be separated out from those who were going to receive the judgment. That's exactly what happened during that time period. And then in the end, kabam. Luke 21 puts it like this. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation is at hand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains, where they fled to Pella. This is in the mountains of Syria. Let those who are in the midst of her depart. Let those who are in the country not enter therein. For these are days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. Woe to those who are pregnant and to those who nurse infants in those days. For there will be great distress in the land and wrath to this people. They will fall by the edge of the sword and will be led captive into all the nations. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. This is so simple that it amazes me that people don't understand this. It is so simple. What Yeshua is telling us is that era, that age of the Jews in Jerusalem was going to meet a violent and bloody end. Isn't that easy to say? And then they were going to be led captive into all the nations. Did that prediction come true? And then it says, Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles. Did that happen? Was there now a new age, an era, where Jerusalem was trampled down by the Gentiles? Did that happen? And was that age ever at a point where it was fulfilled? In other words, that Gentile age was at an end, which implies then a new Jewish age, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Here's a little chart I put together for you. 70 AD. Jerusalem was destroyed. All that we talked about happened. It was the Romans that did it. And now Jerusalem was in their hands. And it is true that later, in the 2nd century, there were some Jews that tried to mount opposition to try and get Jerusalem back again. But that failed. Later, the Byzantines, Christians, had a period of time where they ruled over Jerusalem. Later, there were Muslim conquests, and this kind of different Muslims did this. And then, of course, there were their Christian crusaders that took back Jerusalem. Or I shouldn't say take it back because they never had it. Who took Jerusalem? The Mamelukes and Ottomans, Muslims, took Jerusalem. And in 1917, the British took it at the end or near the end of World War I. And finally, in 1948 to 1967, it was under the control of the country of Jordan. Do you see why it uses the language, the times of the Gentiles? Because there were different times here, a lot of different Gentiles. The scriptures are very specific in the word choice. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Well, what would you expect to happen when the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled? Knowing the history, wouldn't that mean you have a Jewish Jerusalem again? Times of the Gentiles are over. You have a Jewish Jerusalem again. What we're talking about is the liberation of Jerusalem. June 7th, 1967. Can anybody argue with that? The Six-Day War. I was a young man when this happened. It was one of the most amazing things anybody had ever seen. It was all over the news. And it truly was incredible. The Jews were once again in control of Jerusalem, and they still are. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So what does this mark? Does it not mark a new Jewish era in Jerusalem? Mark 13 goes on. from this point. As a matter of fact, each of these goes on here, but we're looking at Mark's version right now. It says, in those days after the oppression, that is, after the tribulation, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will be falling from the sky, and the powers that are in the heavens will be shaken. Well, all of these things are signs that are also mentioned by the Old Testament prophets, things that happen right before Yeshua's return. Goes on, then they will see the Son of Man coming in clouds with great power and glory. Then he will send out his angels and will gather together his chosen ones from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of the sky. So how does this third age of a Jewish Jerusalem end? It ends with a return of Yeshua Messiah. That's how it ends. It goes on and it tells us some more here to help us understand about the time. Now, what you're looking at is a picture of an early fig. This is when, in the spring, the leaves are sprouting, blossoms come out, but there are some early figs that are edible. Now, from the fig tree, learn this parable. When the branch has now become tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that the summer is near. Even so, you also, when you see these things coming to pass, know that it is near at the doors. Let's go through this. Now, Gill's commentary has a nice explanation of what this is saying. It says, when its branch is yet tender, Gill writes, through the influence of the sun and the motion of the sap, which was bound up and congealed in the winter season. And my comment here, bound up in the winter. The winter is this long period of the Gentile times, right? But sap is now flowing. Israel is once again in the land. And puts forth leaves, and Gill writes, from the tender branches, which swell and open and put forth buds, leaves, and fruit. And I put new growth. New growth. Could this be the returning remnant of Israel? And it goes on, you know the summer is nigh, spring being already come. In other words, the fig tree putting forth her green figs is a sign that the winter is past, spring has already come, and summer is at hand. So I think this is where people make a mistake about the fig tree. A lot of times they say, well, the fig tree is Israel, and the beginning of the generation has to be then when Israel became a nation. But when you look at the words more closely, what this is telling you is that the sign occurs when it's already springtime. In other words, there's already evidence of Israel in the land. So it's later than the very beginning. And a couple Sabbaths ago, I brought up this slide, which was from our presentation in Matthew, about figs. And it's not exactly correct to say, well, figs picture Israel. They don't just picture Israel. They picture rotten Israel and righteous Israel, right? And according to Jeremiah, the good figs are the figs that are the first ripe figs. The spring figs, the ones, by coincidence, that Messiah is talking about in his parable. The first ripe figs, we have seen, picture the righteous remnant of Israel. So, this portion of Scripture is not exactly talking about what people think it's talking about. It's really talking about the remnant springing up. And this is a late sign. It happens relatively late in the process. It's happening now, and we're pretty late in the process. It's spring. And when this fully happens, when it's finished, summer is near. It's at the doors, it says. In other words, we're there. When the remnant of Israel are raised up and they return to the land, it is a very short period for all of the end time events to tick off very rapidly and for the Messiah to return. Mark 13, 32 and 33. But of that day or that hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Watch, keep alert, and pray, for you don't know when the time is. Well, we've talked about this before. This phrase, that day or that hour, no one knows, actually refers to one of the feasts, Yom Teruah. We can never know exactly what day it's going to be because it falls at the end of the dark of the moon. And that period can be 2 days or it can be 3 days. So the only way you can know when it comes is by watching. This is all about watching here. This is Yeshua Messiah telling us he's going to come at a feast of trumpets, but it's also him telling us we need to watch. Now he says, you don't know when the time is. Does that mean you can never know when the time is? Interesting question, isn't it? Mark 13, 35 through 37. Watch, therefore. You don't know when the Lord of the house is coming, whether at evening or at midnight, or when the rooster crows or in the morning, lest coming suddenly he might find you sleeping. What I tell you, I tell all, watch. He said, no one knows the day or the hour. And here, as an example, he gives us hours of a single day. He doesn't use a metaphor of months or years. He's using a metaphor of hours in a single day. What do you think we're going to be doing when we get to that Yom Teruah? I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be sleeping. I'm going to be watching. Here's from 1 Thessalonians 5, 2 through 4. For you yourselves know well that the day of the Lord comes like a thief in the night. We heard that from Peter, didn't we? A verse from Peter that was read tonight. For when they are saying peace and safety, then sudden destruction will come on them like birth pangs on a pregnant woman, and they will in no way escape. But you, brothers, aren't in darkness, that the day should overtake you like a thief. Well, this stacks up pretty well with what we saw with Messiah's generation, doesn't it? They had all these signs. They had a particular sign to look for, a prophetic sign. So they didn't know when it was going to happen. But then once they saw the prophetic sign, did they then know it was about to happen? They did, didn't they? You see, for a period of time, people might not know. But then when the prophetic signs happen, then we're going to start to know, aren't we? Look at this. Have you thought about this? The months of anti-Messiah's reign define the time with certainty. When we get there into the tribulation, we know that the anti-Messiah is going to rule for 42 months. This is expressed in prophecy in a number of different places. 3.5 years, 3.5 times, 42 months. It's given to us in different ways so we can know exactly the time. So, when anti-Messiah's reign starts, will we not then know the time when Messiah is going to come? Isn't that a lot like what happened in the first century when they saw the armies? So you see, when he says no one knows, it doesn't mean forever nobody will know. Certainly when it happens, they'll know. Back up 3.5 years, when the Antichrist is in power, they'll know. What about backing up some more? Are there other prophecies that will tell us the time? Not the day or the hour, but the time, so we can be ready. Well, we're not in darkness like the world. It should not catch us like a thief. As we've already seen, not knowing the time is a sin that can get you killed. We will need to know the time. The final generation. That's the generation we're in that started in 1967. Yeshua said, most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. End of the Gentile times. End of the age. One generation. 2 times before us, when the end of the age was ticking off, we had a generation of 70 years. You do the math. Here's a chart that I adapted a little bit that was from a video that was mentioned tonight. This is a video that was from a presentation in 2015. We have this on DVD and other places, should you want to have it. And I'm not going to explain it all, but what it's showing here is the biblical Shemitah cycles since 1967. And what you have is 10 Shemitah cycles. That's what's showing here, because 10 Shemitah cycles is 70 years. Very interestingly, on each Shemitah year, which is the 7th year, which is a biblically significant time in Yahweh's cycle, he counts time in 7-year cycles. And the 7th year is a Sabbath year, just like the 7th day is a Sabbath day. And these days and years are very significant. And if you look at these Shemitah years through this time period, since 1967, what you find is major events happened relative to Israel. And you also find major events happened relative to the whole world in some cases. The last Shemitah year was 2015. And it was a doozy. It was an amazing year, spiritually speaking. And remember that star I talked about that shone and was the sign that Messiah had come? Well, we had a repeat of that same star in 2015. Just an accident? just chance? Well, actually not. If you look at my Daniel seminar, which you can view free at the Zion.net website, you'll find out about that Messiah star. And you'll find out what it means. A lot happened in 2015. Well, now we're almost halfway in the next Shemitah cycle. Next Shemitah year is 2022. There's only 2 more after that. And the last one, interestingly, falls upon the very 70th year since 1967. We have 2.5 Shemitah cycles left in that time period that I have charted out. This generation will not pass away. The home stretch is ahead of us. You think you should change your life at all? Do you think you should talk to Yahweh about it at all? About what this means for you? If you want to know, he will make that known to you. Mark 13:13, our closing verse. He who endures to the end, the same will be saved. And that's the ends of the ages.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
Prophetic Fulfillments Just Ahead is a seminar by Eliyahu Ben David on Bible prophecy concerning the scattered remnant of Israel. Featuring 7 hours of Bible prophecy, plus bonus content. Understand prophecy about the last days. Discover lost truth about the remnant. Order your copy today at truthpoint.info.
As you can see here with our title, this is about the tribulation trigger. And on my graphic, doesn't it just make you not want to push that button? Well, I think it helps us if we know what does push that button. Then we'll understand what's going to be happening. We'll be ready for what's about to happen. And these things are included in Scripture to make us ready here in these last days. It's very interesting that the book of Ezekiel speaks of Gog. And it says, you shall come like a storm, you shall be like a cloud. And in Daniel, it says that the king of the north will come like a whirlwind, which to me is about the same thing as a swift cloud. And in Isaiah here, where it mentions a swift cloud, the word cloud actually means darkness. And it's reminiscent to me of Joel chapter 2, where it talks about Gog as a locust horde. And when a locust horde comes, it's like a cloud that fills the sky. It connects these celestial events with the great day of his wrath. So, the great day of his judgment has been ongoing, but now the great day of his wrath begins, where he's actually pouring out vengeance upon the wicked. And this outpouring of his wrath begins with the destruction of Gog and Gog's hordes.